Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I remember how the autumn light filtered through the Venetian blinds that afternoon, casting thin golden lines across the case file I'd been reviewing for hours. The precinct had grown quiet, that peculiar kind of quiet that settles in when day shift is ending but night shift hasn't quite begun. The only sounds were the distant hum of the copy machine and the occasional clink of my coffee mug against the desk as I reached for it without looking up from my notes. The Morgan case had landed on my desk 3 days earlier. At first glance, it seemed straightforward, a woman reporting a stalker. But as I turned each page of her statement, something about it kept pulling at the edges of my consciousness, like a half-remembered dream that refuses to take shape. Eliza Morgan, 34, museum curator, lives alone in a brownstone apartment on Westwood Avenue. No prior incidents, no known enemies, no recent breakups or workplace conflicts. Just a woman with a quiet life who suddenly found herself at the center of something unsettling. In her handwritten statement, her penmanship started neat and controlled, but gradually became more urgent as she described what happened. I could almost feel her anxiety bleeding through the blue ink that sometimes pressed so hard it left impressions on the pages beneath. I first noticed him on Tuesday, she had written, standing across the street as I was leaving for work. I didn't think much of it until I saw him again during my lunch break at Meridian Cafe. He was reading a newspaper at a corner table, but I could feel him watching me. Her statement continued across 3 pages, detailing 5 separate sightings over the course of a week. Nothing overtly threatening. No confrontations, just his persistent presence at the periphery of her daily life. And then came the evening that prompted her to finally come to us. I sipped my cooling coffee and reread that section for perhaps the 10th time. I was unlocking my door when I heard someone call my name, not Miss or Ma'am, but Eliza. I turned and saw him standing at the bottom of my steps, mid-40s tall, well-dressed in a charcoal suit that looked expensive but not flashy. His hair was graying at the temples, and he carried a leather messenger bag. He looked respectable. That's what made it worse somehow. "Eliza," he said again, his voice soft but clear enough to carry up the steps. "I hope you enjoyed the tomato bisque at lunch today. You always order it on Thursdays, don't you? Along with half a turkey sandwich, no mayo, extra mustard." I asked him who he was, how he knew these things. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, but I made myself stand straight, keys clutched between my fingers the way they teach you in self-defense classes. He smiled then, not menacing but familiar, like we were old friends. "You prefer the window seat at Meridian," he continued. "You always touch the jade pendant you wear before you take your first sip of coffee. You keep a sketchbook in your bag but rarely use it anymore. You fall asleep with the television on, usually nature documentaries. You find David Attenborough's voice soothing." I demanded to know if he'd been in my apartment, if he'd been watching me through windows, how he could possibly know these things. My voice was rising, and I was aware of a neighbor's curtain shifting somewhere to my right. His expression changed then, not angry, but disappointed somehow. "You invited me in, Eliza," he said quietly. "Every night for the past 3 months, you just don't remember." I set the statement down and rubbed my eyes. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, a sound you never notice until the building grows quiet around you. Outside my window, dusk was settling over the city, turning the skyline into a silhouette punctuated by the first few illuminated windows. The facts as we had them were these: no signs of breaking and entering at Eliza Morgan's apartment. Security footage from her building showed no unauthorized entries. Her doorman confirmed no unusual visitors. The CAF staff recognized her as a regular but couldn't recall the man she described with any certainty. "We get a lot of businessmen in suits," the manager had told my partner. What we did have was a single partial fingerprint lifted from her doorbell, not enough for a firm identification, but enough to run through the system. The results had come back just before end of shift, no matches in our database. I was about to close the file when my desk phone rang, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet room. "Detective Mercer," I answered. "Detective, this is Dr. Whitaker from County General." The voice was female, professional, with the slight edge that medical staff get when they've been working too many hours. "You put in a request for medical records for an Eliza Morgan." "That's right," I confirmed, reaching for a pen. "Did you find something?" A pause on the line, the sound of papers shuffling. "I'm not sure if it's relevant to your investigation, but Ms. Morgan has been a patient in our sleep clinic for the past 4 months. Severe parasomnia with episodes of somnambulism." I wrote the words down, medical terminology I only vaguely understood. "Can you translate that for someone who didn't go to medical school?" "Sleepwalking detective, but not the garden variety. Ms. Morgan has an extreme case. She doesn't just wander around her apartment. She gets dressed, has conversations, even leaves her building sometimes, all while completely asleep." The pen stilled in my hand. "Are you saying she could leave her apartment, walk around the neighborhood, and have no memory of it?" "Not only could she, but according to our monitoring, she has, multiple times. We've been trying different medications, but so far, nothing has completely resolved the issue." I thought about the statement in front of me, about a man who claimed Eliza had invited him in, about things he couldn't possibly know unless. "Doctor," I asked slowly, "is it possible for someone with this condition to invite people into their home during an episode, to have extended interactions they wouldn't remember?" Another pause, longer this time. "It's rare, but yes. Some patients with this condition can perform surprisingly complex tasks, including social interactions. They might appear awake to an observer who doesn't know them well, though usually there are subtle signs, a slight vacancy in expression, delayed responses, unusual speech patterns." I thanked the doctor and hung up, the implications settling over me like a physical weight. I pulled Eliza Morgan's address from the file and reached for my jacket. This wasn't something that could wait until morning. The drive to Westwood Avenue took 20 minutes through light evening traffic. Eliza's building was one of those pre-war structures with ornate stonework and a small, well-lit lobby. The doorman, different from the one we'd interviewed, checked my credentials before calling up to her apartment. "Ms. Morgan says she'll come down to meet you," he informed me after a brief exchange on the house phone. "She doesn't want visitors in her apartment right now." I waited in a small seating area adjacent to the lobby, watching the elevator numbers light up sequentially as it descended. When Eliza Morgan stepped out, she looked nothing like the composed museum professional in the ID photo attached to our file. Her dark hair was pulled back in a hasty ponytail, her face pale and drawn with faint shadows beneath her eyes. She wore an oversized sweater and jeans, and her hands fidgeted continuously with the jade pendant hanging from a silver chain around her neck. "Detective Mercer," she asked, approaching cautiously, "has something happened? Did you find him?" I gestured to the chair across from me. I wanted to follow up on a few details from your statement, Ms. Morgan. I just spoke with Dr. Whitaker from County General. Her expression shifted immediately, first surprise, then understanding, followed by something that looked like resignation. She sank into the chair. "The sleep clinic," she said softly. "You think I'm imagining things." "Not exactly." I kept my voice gentle, matching her quiet tone. "I think there might be a connection between your sleepwalking episodes and the man you've been seeing." She looked down at her hands. "I've considered that. That maybe I saw him somewhere during the day in my mind, incorporated him somehow. But that doesn't explain how he knows things, personal things." "Ms. Morgan," I began carefully, "the doctor mentioned that during your episodes you sometimes leave your apartment, that you have conversations you don't remember." She nodded slowly, still not meeting my eyes. They showed me video once from their monitoring equipment. It was disturbing, like watching someone else wearing my face. They said I've left the building multiple times. The doormen know about my condition now. They're supposed to gently turn me back toward the elevator if they see me after midnight. "Is it possible," I suggested, "that during one of these episodes you might have encountered this man, perhaps spoken to him about your routine, your habits?" Her hand went to the jade pendant, fingers wrapping around it in what I now recognized as a habitual gesture. "You think I told him these things, that I invited him into my life without knowing it?" "It would explain how he knows details that he couldn't observe from outside," I pointed out. "The nature documentaries, your pendant habit." She was quiet for a long moment, considering this. When she finally looked up, her eyes were clearer, more focused. "But that doesn't explain why he'd approach me while I'm awake. Why tell me he knows me? Why not just keep watching from a distance?" It was a good question, and one I didn't have a ready answer for. But before I could respond, the front door of the building opened, admitting a burst of cool evening air and a single figure, a man in a charcoal suit, with graying temples and a leather messenger bag. He stopped short when he saw us, his expression cycling rapidly through surprise, recognition, and what looked strangely like concern. Eliza's sharp intake of breath was all the confirmation I needed. I stood, positioning myself slightly between them as the man approached. "Ms. Morgan," he said, his voice exactly as she had described it, soft but clear. His eyes moved from her to me, taking in my stance, my expression. "Is everything all right?" I showed him my badge, Detective Mercer. "Mind if I ask your name, sir?" "Daniel Prescott." He offered the information readily, without hesitation. "I live in 5B, just down the hall from Ms. Morgan." The simple statement landed like a stone between us. I glanced at Eliza, whose confusion was evident. "That's not possible," she said. 5B is occupied by an older couple, the Harrises. "The Harrises moved out 3 months ago," the doorman interjected from his desk. "Mr. Prescott moved in after the renovation was completed." 3 months, the same time frame as the beginning of Eliza's sleep clinic treatment. "Ms. Morgan," Prescott said gently, "we've met several times in the elevator, and a few times, late at night, you were having trouble with your key once. I helped you back to your apartment." Understanding dawned in her expression, followed quickly by embarrassment. "I was sleepwalking. I don't remember any of it." He nodded, a sympathetic gesture. "I realized that after the second or third encounter, you seemed not quite present. When I mentioned it the next day in the elevator, you had no recollection of our conversation. I looked up the symptoms afterward. Sleepwalking can be quite complex, apparently. So why approach her the way you did? I asked, still not entirely convinced of his innocence. Why tell her she'd invited you in? You must have known how that would sound. Prescott shifted the messenger bag on his shoulder, looking uncomfortable for the first time. I'd seen her watching me at the cafe on the street. She seemed afraid. I thought if I explained that we knew each other, that I wasn't a stranger. He trailed off, clearly realizing how his approach had backfired. I'm sorry, I handled it poorly. I watched him carefully as he spoke, looking for signs of deception, of the peculiar intensity that characterizes stalkers. But all I saw was genuine regret and confusion, nearly matching Eliza's own. Mr. Prescott, I said, making a decision, I'd like to verify your residence and speak with you further. Would you be willing to show me your apartment? Of course, he agreed immediately. Whatever helps clear this up. As we moved toward the elevator, I glanced back at Eliza, who remained seated, her hand still gripping her pendant. The mystery had been solved, but the resolution seemed to offer little comfort. In some ways, the truth that she had been living parallel lives, one she could remember and one she couldn't, was more unsettling than the idea of a stranger watching her. Some cases end with handcuffs and Miranda rights. Others end like this, with confused, embarrassed people trying to make sense of moments lost to the strange mechanics of the human mind. As the elevator doors closed, I couldn't help but wonder which of Eliza's realities would feel more real to her when she tried to sleep tonight, the one she remembered, or the one that existed only in the darkened corners of her unconscious mind. In the quiet of that lobby, as evening settled fully into night outside, I understood that some mysteries don't need detectives to solve them. Sometimes the answer has been there all along, walking alongside us in the darkness, waiting only for the light to reveal its true shape. Story 2. I've always been drawn to the forgotten stories hidden in other people's discarded possessions. That's why I spend my Saturday mornings wandering through neighborhood garage sales, sifting through the remnants of strangers' lives. It was on one of these quiet mornings in late October when I found the photograph, an unremarkable black and white family portrait from what appeared to be the 1950s. A mother, father, and 2 children posed stiffly on a porch swing, their expressions neither happy nor sad, just patiently enduring the moment. The woman selling it couldn't tell me anything about it, just something that was left in the attic when we bought the place, she said, not looking up from her crossword puzzle. The faded image cost me 50 cents, a small price for what would become the most disturbing object I've ever owned. I placed the photograph on my desk that evening, intending to add it to my small collection of vintage photographs. The soft yellow light from my desk lamp cast gentle shadows across the faces, giving them a warmth they hadn't possessed in the harsh morning sunlight. Before turning in for the night, I studied their features once more, the father's high forehead, the mother's tightly pulled back hair, the children's matching outfits. Nothing unusual, nothing that would suggest what was to come. The first change was so subtle I almost missed it. 3 days later, as I was organizing my desk, my eyes drifted to the photograph. Something felt different. I picked it up, tilting it toward the light. There, in the darkness of an open window behind the family, was a face I hadn't noticed before, faint but unmistakably there. A chill ran through me as I recognized my own features looking back at me from a photograph taken decades before I was born. I convinced myself it was a trick of the light, perhaps a reflection on the glass. I put the photograph back, face down, and tried to focus on other things. But that night I dreamed of standing outside that house, looking in through that same window, watching that family pose for a photographer I couldn't see. The following morning, I turned the photograph over with hesitant fingers. The face in the window was clearer now, unquestionably mine, but it had moved. Now my reflection appeared to be standing on the porch, just at the edge of the frame, as if I had taken a step closer to the family. I considered throwing it away. I even held it over the trash can, but something stopped me, a detective's curiosity perhaps, or something more primal. Instead, I placed it in my desk drawer, pushing it to the back behind folders and notebooks, out of sight. For 2 days, I didn't look at it. On the third night, I dreamed again, this time of standing on that porch, feeling the wooden boards creak beneath my feet, smelling the jasmine that climbed the railings. I woke up at 3:17 a.m., my heart pounding against my ribs. Without turning on the light, I went to my desk and opened the drawer. Even in the darkness, I could see that the photograph had changed again. I turned on my desk lamp with trembling fingers. Now I was standing directly behind the family, my hands resting lightly on the back of the porch swing. My expression was neutral, but my eyes seemed to stare directly at the viewer, at me, with unsettling intensity. I called in sick to work that day and began researching the photograph. I searched property records, historical newspapers, and genealogy websites. It took hours, but I finally found something. A small news article from 1954 about a family named Harmon who had disappeared from their home on Maple Street. The article included a photograph that matched mine exactly, except for one detail. There was no one standing behind them in the newspaper's version. The article was brief, offering few details. The family had vanished overnight, leaving behind all their possessions. Neighbors reported hearing nothing unusual. No signs of forced entry or struggle were found. They had simply vanished, as if erased from existence. That evening, I placed the photograph on my kitchen table and sat watching it for hours, waiting to see if it would change before my eyes. It didn't, but when I looked away to check the time, just for a moment, and looked back, I felt the blood drain from my face. Now I was sitting on the porch swing with them, wedged between the mother and father. The children sat on our laps, the boy on mine. My arm was around the mother's shoulders, and we were all smiling now, even the children, even me. Sleep eluded me that night. I paced my apartment, checking the photograph every few minutes, watching as my position in the family portrait became more and more central. By morning, the original father had moved to the edge of the frame, his expression now troubled, while I occupied his place at the center of the family. I called the local historical society that day, my voice carefully controlled as I explained I was researching the Harmon family disappearance. The archivist sounded interested. Too few people cared about local history these days, she said, and invited me to come look through their records. The Historical Society occupied an old Victorian house downtown, its rooms converted into research spaces and small exhibition areas. The archivist, a woman named Margaret with silver hair and sharp eyes, led me to a room lined with filing cabinets. "The Harmon case," she said, pulling out a thin folder. "Not much to go on, I'm afraid. The detective who handled it originally was obsessed with it, though, kept coming back to it for years." She spread the contents on the table, police reports, newspaper clippings, and photographs. I recognized the family portrait immediately, identical to mine except for my absence. But there was another photograph I hadn't seen before, the same porch, the same swing, but with a different family. And standing behind them, almost imperceptible in the shadows, was a figure that looked remarkably like the father from my photograph. "That's odd," Margaret said, squinting at the image. "I don't remember seeing this before." "Do you know who this other family is?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. "The Millers," she said. "They disappeared too, about 20 years before the Harmons, same house." She looked up at me, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Why are you interested in these cases?" I fabricated a story about researching a book on unsolved disappearances. Margaret seemed satisfied, or at least not suspicious enough to question me further. She allowed me to take photographs of the documents with my phone before carefully returning everything to the folder. "The detective who investigated the Harmons eventually went missing too," she mentioned casually as I was leaving. "Left a note saying he was going to the house on Maple Street. They never found him." That night I couldn't bring myself to look at the photograph. I placed it face down in a drawer again, but I could feel its presence in my apartment like a low electrical hum. My dreams were vivid and unsettling. I was standing in front of that house, my hand on the doorknob, turning it slowly. In the morning, I woke to find the photograph on my bedside table, though I had no memory of moving it there. With a sense of inescapable dread, I turned it over. The transformation was complete. I now sat centrally on the porch swing, the mother and two children arranged around me as if we belonged together. The original father was gone entirely, and at the edge of the frame, barely visible, stood a new figure looking in, a man I recognized from the mirror, my current self watching my past self who had replaced someone else. I understand now, the photograph isn't just an image, it's a doorway. Each person who possesses it becomes part of its history, stepping into the frame before pulling in the next owner. I've tried to destroy it. Burning fails, the image reappears in the ashes. Tearing it only results in its restoration by morning. So I've left it at another garage sale, watching from across the street as a young woman picked it up, studied it casually, and handed over some change. I saw her place it in her bag with other small treasures she'd found that morning. Tonight she'll notice a faint figure in the background of a family portrait, my figure, watching her from within the photograph. And slowly, day by day, I'll move closer until I've pulled her in and freed myself from the frame. At least that's what I hope will happen. But last night I checked my phone's photo gallery and found something that made my heart stop. The digital photographs I'd taken at the Historical Society have changed too. In each one I'm there now, my image growing more central with each swipe of my finger. And this morning I noticed a framed picture on my wall that I don't remember owning. A black and white photograph of a porch swing. A family and me at the center, smiling out at whoever might be looking in. Story 3. I remember the first time I visited apartment 408 at the Westlake Gardens complex. It was late October, the kind of autumn evening where the streetlights cast long, amber shadows across newly paved sidewalks. The development had that distinct smell of fresh paint and untouched carpeting, the olfactory signature of places where memories haven't yet had time to accumulate. Westlake Gardens was the crown jewel of the city's urban renewal project, 6 floors of gleaming steel and glass, with floor-to-ceiling windows and sleek, minimalist interiors. The kind of place young professionals dream about when they imagine their perfect starter home. And for Elise Morgan, a 29-year-old graphic designer with an upward career trajectory, apartment 408 represented exactly that, a fresh start, a blank canvas. I ran my fingers along the smooth countertop in the kitchen, feeling the cool stone beneath my fingertips. My partner, Detective Ramirez, was already methodically photographing the living room, the soft click of the camera shutter punctuating the heavy silence. "How long has Ms. Morgan lived here?" I asked the building manager, a nervous man who kept adjusting his tie as if it were slowly strangling him. "Just 3 weeks," he replied, his voice barely rising above a whisper. "She was one of our first tenants, signed a 2-year lease." 3 weeks, barely enough time to settle in, to leave an impression. And yet, something had gone terribly wrong in apartment 408. The case file on Elise Morgan was thin, containing just the basics. Single, no known enemies, well liked at work, close to her family in Michigan. What we did know was what she had reported to us 2 days ago, that she had returned home from a business trip to find her apartment changed. Not burglarized, not vandalized, changed. According to her statement, the furniture had been subtly rearranged. The gray sectional sofa was now angled differently toward the television. The coffee table book about architectural photography had been replaced with one about deep-sea creatures. The abstract paintings she had carefully selected were still hanging in the same spots, but they weren't hers. Same frames, different art. Most disturbing of all were the photographs. Where Elise had displayed pictures of herself with friends and family, there were now images of strangers, a middle-aged couple smiling on a beach, a young man in graduation attire, a dog sleeping on what looked like the very couch that now sat in the apartment. At first I thought I had somehow entered the wrong apartment, she had told us, her voice steady but her fingers trembling as they wrapped around a cup of untouched coffee during our initial interview. But it was my key that worked. My apartment number. Even my mail was still in the slot by the door. I made my way to the bedroom, where the true depth of the intrusion became apparent. The closet still contained women's clothing, but not Elise's wardrobe. The sizes were similar, the style was not dissimilar, but these were not her clothes. In the dresser drawers, unfamiliar undergarments were folded with precise care. The bathroom held someone else's toiletries, a different brand of toothpaste, unfamiliar perfumes, a type of facial cleanser Elise claimed she'd never used. "What did the building security cameras show?" Ramirez asked, joining me in the bedroom doorway. The manager shifted uncomfortably. "That's the thing, officers. We reviewed all the footage from the 3 days Ms. Morgan was away. No one entered her apartment except the maintenance staff to fix a reported leak under the kitchen sink, and that was supervised by me personally, 15 minutes in and out." I nodded slowly, making a note to interview the maintenance worker, though something told me this would lead nowhere. "Ms. Morgan mentioned electronics," I said, "her laptop, phone, chargers." "All replaced with identical models," Ramirez finished for me. "Same brands, but the laptop had different files, different wallpaper. The phone chargers were placed where she normally keeps hers." This wasn't a typical break-in. There was nothing random about it, nothing impulsive. This was methodical, personal, and executed with disturbing precision. We spent hours in that apartment, documenting every detail, every replaced item, every subtle shift. The more we looked, the more it seemed like someone had recreated Elise's living space with items that weren't hers but could have been, as if someone had studied her life and habits closely enough to replicate them with eerie accuracy, but with deliberate errors. As twilight descended on the city, casting long shadows through those expensive floor-to-ceiling windows, Ramirez and I sat at Elise's dining table, or rather, the dining table that now occupied the space where hers had been. "What are we looking at here?" Ramirez asked, the fatigue evident in her voice. "A very elaborate prank, a case of mistaken identity." I shook my head slowly. This took planning, resources, time. Someone wanted Elise to come home and feel displaced, like she was losing her grip on reality. The question, of course, was who and why. The building manager had given us access to the tenant registry. Westlake Gardens was still mostly empty. Only 12 of the 48 units were occupied, scattered throughout the building. None of the other residents reported anything unusual. The following day, we interviewed each of them. Most were like Elise, young professionals drawn to the modernity and location of the complex. None seemed to have any connection to her beyond a passing hello in the elevator or mailroom. It was the maintenance workers interview that finally gave us something to work with. Miguel Sanchez, 52, had been with the property management company for over a decade. His record was clean, his manner forthright. "I remember that apartment," he said when we showed him Elise's photo. "Very neat, everything in its place. She reminds me of someone." "Who's that?" I asked, feeling the slight tingle at the back of my neck that often preceded a breakthrough. "A tenant from Parkview Towers, another building our company manages. Years ago. Same type, designer I think, same look even, red hair, always wearing those chunky silver rings." Parkview Towers, an older complex across town, built by the same developer as Westlake Gardens. I made a note to look into it. That evening I sat in my office, surrounded by the gentle hum of fluorescent lights and the faint scent of day-old coffee. Parkview Towers had experienced a fire 5 years ago. No fatalities, but the top 3 floors had been damaged beyond repair, forcing several tenants to relocate. Among them was Claire Denton, 34, graphic designer, red hair, no criminal record. I pulled up her driver's license photo and felt that familiar chill of recognition. Claire and Elise could have been sisters. Similar features, similar build, similar profession. The next pieces fell into place with unsettling speed. Claire had been dating the building manager's son, the same nervous man who now managed Westlake Gardens. Their relationship had ended badly, according to social media posts from that time. Very badly. And then I found the connection I'd been looking for. Claire had died 3 months ago. Suicide, according to the brief newspaper obituary. No surviving family. I leaned back in my chair, the plastic creaking softly as the shape of what had happened began to form in my mind. A grieving man, unable to process his loss. A new tenant who resembled his son's former girlfriend. A vacant building with minimal security, where a duplicate key could easily be made. But there was something else, something that didn't fit neatly into this theory. I returned to apartment 408 early the next morning. Elise had been staying with a friend, unable to bear sleeping in what now felt like a stranger's home. In the soft morning light, I noticed something I had missed before. In the corner of the living room, partially hidden by the repositioned sofa, was a small scratch on the hardwood floor. I moved the furniture aside to reveal a loose floorboard. Beneath it was a small metal box. Inside was a stack of Polaroid photographs, Claire and the building manager's son looking happy in various locations. At the bottom of the box was a handwritten note. "If you're reading this, James probably tried to make you into me. Run." The final piece of the puzzle came from Claire's autopsy report, which I obtained that afternoon. The cause of death had been listed as suicide, but there were noted inconsistencies, bruising patterns that didn't align with the reported method, defensive wounds on her hands. The case against James Whittaker came together over the following weeks. Claire had tried to end their relationship when his obsessive behavior became frightening. When she moved to a new apartment after the fire, he had used his father's property management connections to obtain a key. He had been entering her home for months, subtly moving things, replacing items, a form of gaslighting designed to make her question her sanity. Claire had discovered the truth and confronted him. Their argument turned physical. Her death, while made to look self-inflicted, had been at his hands. And then, years later, Elise Morgan moved into Westlake Gardens, a woman who reminded him so much of Claire that he couldn't resist trying to recreate his lost relationship. He began the same pattern, using his position to enter her apartment while she was away, transforming it piece by piece into a shrine to Claire. Elise Morgan left Westlake Gardens. She moved to another city, unwilling to remain in a place with such disturbing associations. James Whittaker was arrested and charged with Claire's murder. But sometimes, on quiet nights when I drive past that gleaming building with its floor-to-ceiling windows, I wonder about apartment 408. I wonder if its new tenant ever feels like something isn't quite right, if they ever sense that the space they inhabit has been shaped by someone else's obsession, someone else's grief. I wonder if they ever notice things moving in the night, subtle shifts that make them question their memory, their perception. I wonder if they ever feel like they're living in someone else's life. Story 4. I still remember the weight of that leather-bound journal in my hands when I first examined it. The soft, worn cover had a peculiar warmth to it, as if recently held despite having sat in our evidence locker for nearly 3 weeks. It was October in Millfield, that time of year when fog clings to the ground each morning, reluctant to release its hold on the small New England town. The precinct was quiet that day, only the distant sound of fingers tapping on keyboards and the occasional ring of a phone breaking the silence. The journal belonged to Eliza Thornton, a 28-year-old librarian who lived alone in a small apartment above the bookstore on Maple Street. I'd never met her while she was alive, but after 3 weeks of investigation, I felt like I knew her. The framed photos in her apartment showed a woman with kind eyes and a slight, almost hesitant smile. Friends described her as quiet but thoughtful, the type who remembered birthdays and sent handwritten thank you notes. "Detective Mercer, you should take a look at this," Officer Collins had said that morning, placing the journal on my desk. Thornton's sister dropped it off, said she found it while packing up the apartment. What made the journal unusual wasn't its appearance, a standard leather notebook with cream-colored pages, but its contents. The first half contained what you'd expect: grocery lists, book recommendations, occasional reflections on quiet days spent at the library. Eliza's handwriting was neat and consistent, slanting slightly to the right. But then, beginning about 2 months before her death, the entries changed. New writing appeared in a different hand, more angular, pressing deeper into the page. These entries weren't written by Eliza, they were written about her. October 3rd, she wore the blue cardigan again today. 3rd time this week. Keeps her keys in the right pocket, wallet in the left, locks the door twice before walking away. October 7th, she stopped for coffee at Morris Cafe after work, sat by the window for 37 minutes, read 24 pages of her book, didn't notice me at the corner table. October 12th, she leaves the bathroom window cracked open at night. I can hear her humming sometimes while she brushes her teeth, always the same song. I turn the pages slowly, the paper making a soft whisper against my fingertips. The precinct's fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a pallid glow that made the ink appear darker than it was. Officer Collins had refilled my coffee mug, but it sat untouched, cooling as I read entry after entry. The writer documented Eliza's daily routines with meticulous attention to detail: which neighbor she greeted, how many steps it took to reach her apartment door, what time her bedroom lights switched off each night. The final entry was dated 3 days before Eliza was found dead in her apartment. November 2nd, I touched her books today while she was shelving in the biography section. Ran my fingers along the spines she'd touched. She smiled at me. She doesn't know that I'm writing her life now, that her story belongs to me. The medical examiner had ruled Eliza's death as natural causes an undiagnosed heart condition. Nothing suspicious. No signs of forced entry, no evidence of foul play, just a young woman who went to sleep and never woke up. The journal had changed everything. We need to look at the handwriting, I told the forensic document examiner, Lisa Reeves, as I handed her the journal the following morning. The department was buzzing now, the quiet of yesterday replaced with purposeful movement. And check for fingerprints, DNA, anything that might tell us who wrote these entries. Lisa nodded, her gloved hands carefully turning the pages. The paper might have absorbed oils from the writer's hands. If we're lucky, there might be enough for a partial print. Outside, rain began to fall, gentle at first, then building to a steady patter against the windows. I watched water trails form patterns on the glass while Lisa worked, thinking about Eliza and the unseen observer who had documented her life with such intimate precision. 3 days later, we had results. The journal contained fingerprints from 4 individuals: Eliza herself, her sister Emma, a partial print that matched Benjamin Morris, the owner of the cafe Eliza frequented, and a 4th set that didn't match anyone in our database. The entries about Eliza weren't written by any of these 3, Lisa explained, spreading photographs on my desk. Based on handwriting analysis, we're looking at someone who's likely left-handed, educated, and extremely methodical. The pressure patterns suggest someone who was emotionally invested in what they were writing. I interviewed Morris that afternoon, a man in his early 50s with gentle eyes and an easy manner. He confirmed that Eliza had been a regular at his cafe for nearly 2 years. Always ordered the same thing, Earl Grey with honey and a slice of lemon, he said, hands wrapped around a paper cup of station coffee. Quiet girl, polite, kept to herself mostly, though she'd chat about books sometimes. Did you notice anyone paying particular attention to her? Anyone watching her or following her? Morris thought for a moment, eyes drifting to the rain-streaked window. There was a young man who started coming in around the same time as her in the last few months. Dark hair, glasses, always had a book or notebook. Can't say I noticed him watching her specifically, but thinking back, he was there often when she was. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Security footage from the cafe showed a man matching Morris's description: slender build, dark-rimmed glasses, always sitting with a view of Eliza's regular table. The library where Eliza worked had cameras only at the main entrance, but visitor logs showed a pattern A library card belonging to a James Farrow had been used to check out books during each of Eliza's shifts for the past 3 months. Farrow lived in a small apartment 6 blocks from Eliza's, in a building with peeling paint and a perpetually broken elevator. The superintendent let us in with a master key after we showed our badges. The apartment was sparsely furnished but meticulously organized. Bookshelves lined one wall, volumes arranged by author and subject. A desk sat beneath the window, its surface clean except for a lamp and a stack of notebooks. In the top drawer, we found them 7 leather-bound journals identical to the one Eliza's sister had discovered. Each documented a different woman's daily routines, habits, and patterns. The earliest dated back 5 years. "He's been watching them," Officer Collins said quietly, leafing through one of the journals. All these women for years. 4 of the women were still living in Millfield, unaware they had been subjects of Pharaoh's obsessive documentation. 2 had moved away, and then there was Eliza, the only one who had died. We brought Pharaoh in for questioning the next day. He was younger than I expected, perhaps early 30s, with a soft voice and steady hands that didn't fidget even under the harsh interrogation room lights. The room felt smaller than usual that day, the walls closer, the air stiller. "I gave her the journal," he said, after I placed it on the table between us. "It was a gift. And the writing inside, the entries about her daily routine." I kept my voice level, watching his face. I wanted to understand her, to really see her. His eyes met mine without wavering. No one really sees people, detective. They look, but they don't see. "Did you see her the night she died, James?" A faint smile touched his lips. "I didn't kill her, if that's what you're asking. I would never harm her. I was preserving her." Forensics confirmed what the medical examiner had initially concluded. Eliza had died from natural causes, a congenital heart defect that could have taken her life at any moment. We found no evidence that Pharaoh had ever entered her apartment, no proof he had done anything beyond watching and writing. The other women he had documented were alive and well, if deeply disturbed to learn about the journals. In the end, we charged Pharaoh with stalking. It wasn't enough, not nearly enough, but it was all the law allowed. He pled guilty and received a sentence that would keep him away from the women of Millfield for a few years, but not forever. I kept thinking about what he'd said in that interrogation room. I was preserving her. As if by recording the minutiae of Eliza's life, he was somehow keeping a part of her alive. Perhaps in his mind he was. The journal sits in evidence storage now, along with the others. Sometimes, late at night when the precinct is quiet and I'm alone with case files, I find myself thinking about those cream-colored pages filled with observations both mundane and intimate, about the thin line between attention and obsession, about the stories we write about others and the ones others write about us without our knowledge. I wonder how many unseen eyes are watching, how many unseen hands are recording, and I check my locks twice before going to bed. Story 5. No matter how many times she bolted the doors, they were always open the next morning. Furniture would be rearranged, floors swept clean, and on the dining table, plates of food she had never prepared. I still remember the first time Alina Marsh called our precinct. Her voice was steady but lined with the kind of exhaustion that comes from prolonged fear. "Someone keeps coming into my house at night," she told the dispatcher. A common enough complaint in our small town of Millfield, where most break-ins were teenagers looking for liquor or prescription pills. But Alina's case was different from the start. The house on Sycamore Lane stood apart from its neighbors, set back behind a small copse of pine trees. A Victorian building with peeling white paint and shutters that hung slightly crooked against windows that reflected the late afternoon sun. I pulled into the gravel driveway, the stones crunching beneath the tires of my unmarked sedan. Alina greeted me at the door before I could knock. She was perhaps 65, with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun and eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of her surroundings. "Detective Collins," she said, extending her hand. Her grip was firmer than I expected. "Thank you for coming." Inside, the house was immaculate. Every surface gleamed with polish, books aligned perfectly on shelves, cushions arranged at precise angles on the sofa. Not what I expected from someone reporting disturbances. The air smelled faintly of lemon cleaning solution and something else, something cooking. "Would you like some tea?" Alina asked, leading me to the kitchen. On the counter sat a plate of scones I hadn't noticed before. "I didn't make these," she said simply, following my gaze. "They appeared this morning." I took notes as Alina described the incidents that had begun 3 months prior. Small things at first, items moved from one room to another, lights she was certain she'd turned off found glowing in the morning. Then the unlocked doors, despite her rigorous nightly security checks. Finally, the food elaborate meals she would discover on her dining table each morning. "Have you installed security cameras?" I asked, my pen hovering above my notepad. "2 sets," Alina replied. "The first stopped working after a week. The second showed nothing, just empty rooms, and then suddenly the furniture would be in different positions, as if someone edited the footage." I examined the locks on all doors and windows. They were new, heavy-duty, and showed no signs of tampering. No scratches around keyholes, no bent mechanisms. The windows were equally pristine. "Do you live alone, Ms. Marsh?" I asked, though I already knew the answer from the case file. "Since Harold passed, yes, 5 years now." Her voice remained neutral, practiced in speaking of her loss. "I requested permission to stay overnight to witness these events firsthand." Alina agreed with visible relief. We set up a simple plan she would lock up as usual, while I waited in my car down the street. At 2 a.m., I would enter using the spare key she provided to catch whoever might be inside. The night air was cool as I sat in my vehicle, the street silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Houses darkened one by one until only a single lamp remained lit in Alina's front room. At 11:30, that too went dark. At precisely 2 a.m., I approached the house, my steps deliberate and quiet on the gravel path. The spare key turned smoothly in the lock of the side door, which should have been impossible if Alina had bolted it from inside as promised. The house was still, too still. No creaking floorboards, no sleeping breaths, no ticking clocks. In the kitchen, the counter was spotless, showing no signs of the tea service from earlier. As I moved toward the dining room, a faint odor reached me: garlic, butter, herbs. On the dining table sat 2 plates of pasta, steam rising gently from the perfectly arranged servings. Beside them, 2 glasses of red wine caught the moonlight streaming through the window. The chairs were pulled out slightly, as if awaiting diners. "Alina," I called softly, my hand instinctively moving toward my service weapon. No response came from the darkened hallway leading to the bedrooms. I checked each room methodically, finding nothing out of place. Alina's bedroom door was closed. I knocked gently, then with more force when no answer came. The room beyond was empty. The bed was made with hospital corners, undisturbed. On the nightstand, a single photograph in a silver frame showed Alina with a man I presumed was Harold, both smiling on what looked like a hiking trail. A search of the remaining rooms yielded nothing unusual until I reached the basement door. It was locked, but the key hung on a small hook nearby. The wooden steps creaked as I descended, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The basement was finished, converted into what appeared to be a workshop. Tools hung in perfect alignment on a pegboard wall. A large workbench dominated the center of the room, its surface clean except for a single blueprint, held flat by small metal weights at each corner. It was a house plan, this house, with extensive notes in the margins. Measurements, materials lists, and in a different handwriting, small annotations. Alina likes the morning light in the kitchen. Replace the squeaky third stair. Install reading lamp by her favorite chair. Harold had been a contractor, I remembered from the file. These must have been his plans when renovating their home. But as I leaned closer, I noticed the date on the blueprint, 3 months ago, 2 years after Harold's death. A soft noise from upstairs drew my attention, the unmistakable sound of chairs moving across hardwood floors. I took the stairs 2 at a time, emerging into the hallway just as the dining room light switched off. In the sudden darkness, I could make out a figure seated at the table. Not a leaner, but larger, broader-shouldered. By the time I fumbled for the light switch, the shape had vanished. The pasta remained, still steaming, but now only one place was set. I called for backup and began a thorough search of the property. We found nothing, no hiding places, no secret entrances, no signs of forced entry anywhere. The leaner Marsh had simply vanished, leaving behind a house that seemed to operate by itself. The investigation stretched into weeks. We discovered that Harold Marsh, far from being a simple contractor, had specialized in smart home technology before his death. Former colleagues spoke of his obsession with creating a fully automated living space that would learn and adapt to its occupants' needs. We found no trace of a leaner. Some of my colleagues suggested she had staged her own disappearance, perhaps overwhelmed by grief or financial troubles. But her accounts showed no unusual activity, and friends described her as stable and content, if somewhat private since her husband's passing. The case went cold after 6 months. The house on Sycamore Lane was closed up, a for sale sign posted in the front yard that never attracted buyers. Sometimes I drive by, usually at dusk, and I swear I can see lights moving from room to room, as if someone is making their evening rounds. Last week, out of some compulsion I can't explain, I parked across the street and watched the house until nightfall. As darkness settled, I saw 2 silhouettes pass before the dining room window, one tall and broad-shouldered, one smaller with what appeared to be a neat bun of silver hair. The real estate agent's lockbox is still on the front door. I've checked, it hasn't been opened in months, yet somehow I know that if I were to approach that house and try the handle, the door would open for me. And inside a meal would be waiting, still warm, perfectly prepared. But I never will. Some doors are meant to stay closed, some mysteries unsolved. And some houses, I've come to believe, keep their own kind of love alive long after the living have gone. Story 6. I remember the first time I heard about Mrs. Alina Harmon's unusual visitor. It was late October, when the trees outside my office window had just begun their transition from vibrant greens to subdued ambers and golds. The case file landed on my desk with a soft thud, unremarkable in its manila plainness, yet somehow carrying a weight that seemed to transcend its physical form. The office was quiet that morning. The gentle hum of the heating system provided a constant, soothing backdrop as I opened the file. A cup of coffee cooled slowly beside me, steam rising in lazy curls before dissipating into nothing. Just like the footprints in Alina's home, I would later think, there and then not there at all. Alina Harmon lived in one of those grand Victorian houses that populate the historic district of our small town. The kind with wraparound porches and ornate trim work that speaks of a different era. She was 78, a retired librarian with a reputation for meticulousness and precision. The type of woman who kept detailed records of everything: visitors, phone calls, even the weather patterns. This trait would prove crucial to our investigation. I turned the page of her statement, my fingers tracing the edge of the paper as I absorbed her account. On September 17th, at approximately 2:15 in the afternoon, a man had arrived at her door. He wore a charcoal gray suit, crisp and professional, with a city identification badge clipped to his lapel. He had introduced himself as Thomas Reynolds, a historical preservation officer conducting routine assessments of homes in the district. His voice was pleasant, Alina had written in her precise handwriting. Not too deep, not too high. The kind of voice that doesn't leave an impression, yet somehow puts you at ease. She had invited him in without hesitation. After all, the Historical Society often sent representatives to document these old homes. It was part of living in a designated historical district. The preservation of these architectural treasures required regular documentation. The rain had been falling steadily that day. I remembered it myself, a gentle, persistent rain that tapped against windows and turned the world a shade softer. Alina had noted in her statement that she had just finished mopping her floors when the man arrived. She had asked him to remove his shoes, which he did with a polite smile. As I read this detail, I felt the first subtle shift in my perception of the case. The first whisper that something was not quite right. I paused, taking a slow sip of my now lukewarm coffee, letting the significance settle. The man had spent approximately 45 minutes in Alina's home. He had moved from room to room with a small notebook, occasionally taking measurements with a collapsible measuring tape he carried in his breast pocket. He had been particularly interested in the study, with its original mahogany bookshelves and the hidden compartment beneath the window seat, a feature that Alina herself had only discovered after living in the house for 15 years. "How did you know about that?" she had asked him. "It's in the original blueprints," he had replied with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "These old houses are full of secrets." When the tour concluded, the man had thanked Alina for her time, signed the guest book she kept in the entryway, and departed. It wasn't until later that evening, when Alina was updating her personal journal with the day's events, that she had gone to reference the visitor's signature and discovered something peculiar. The page where he had signed was blank. I ran my fingers along the edge of the photocopy of Alina's guest book that was included in the file. The page was indeed empty, though there was the faintest impression of a pen having been pressed against it, as if someone had written with an inkless pen, or perhaps had somehow removed the ink afterward. Even more unsettling was what Alina discovered when she went to check the floors. Despite the rainy day, despite the man having walked through her home for the better part of an hour, there wasn't a single footprint. Not on the hardwood, not on the carpets, not even on the freshly mopped kitchen tile that she had been so concerned about. I leaned back in my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me. The overhead light cast a warm glow across the desk, creating small shadows in the corners of the room. I could hear my colleague, Detective Morrison, typing steadily at his desk across the room, the rhythm of the keys a comforting counterpoint to the stillness that had settled over me. In my 15 years as a detective, I had encountered many strange cases, but there was something about this one that crawled under my skin and settled there, a quiet discomfort that I couldn't quite shake. I returned to the file, flipping through the supplementary documents. Alina had called the city offices the next day, inquiring about Thomas Reynolds. There was no record of a historical preservation officer by that name. In fact, there had been no scheduled assessments in the historic district at all that week. The rain had caused most outdoor work to be postponed. What followed was a series of increasingly disturbing discoveries. The items in Alina's study had been subtly rearranged. Nothing was missing, but things were not quite where they should be. Books had been shifted on shelves, the angle of her desk lamp changed by mere degrees, the hidden compartment beneath the window seat left open by a fraction of an inch. And then there were the photographs. Eleanor, with her librarian's attention to detail, had a habit of photographing her study weekly for a personal project documenting the seasonal light patterns in her home. The photographs taken the day after the visitor's appearance showed something that sent a chill through me as I examined them. In the background of one image, partially obscured by a shadow, was a small device no larger than a button attached to the underside of her desk. The technical report identified it as a sophisticated listening device, unlike anything our department had encountered before. I spent the next 3 weeks investigating the case, following trails that led nowhere, interviewing neighbors who had seen nothing, contacting other homes in the historic district to see if they had received similar visits. The device had been removed and sent to our lab, but the technicians were baffled by its construction. Then came the letter. It arrived at Eleanor's home exactly 1 month after the visit, a simple white envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper bearing only 5 words, "Thank you for your hospitality." The handwriting analysis yielded nothing. No fingerprints on the paper or envelope, no DNA from the seal. It was as if the letter had materialized out of thin air, much like its sender had seemingly done. As I sit here now 3 months later, the case remains officially unsolved. Eleanor Harmon has since moved to live with her daughter in another state, unable to feel comfortable in her beloved home of 40 years. The listening device remains in our evidence locker, its purpose unknown, its origin a mystery. Sometimes on quiet evenings when the office is empty and the only sound is the gentle hum of my computer, I find myself returning to this case. I spread the photographs across my desk, studying them under the soft glow of my desk lamp. I trace the paths through Eleanor's home that the visitor took, examining the spaces where footprints should have been but weren't. And I wonder about Thomas Reynolds, if that was ever his real name. I wonder what secrets he found in that house that were worth such an elaborate charade. I wonder what he heard through that listening device during the days it remained hidden. But mostly I wonder if he's out there still, knocking on doors with his polite smile and unremarkable voice, walking through homes without leaving a trace, collecting secrets like precious stones to be stored away for some unknown purpose. And occasionally, when I return home after a long day, I find myself checking my floors for footprints that shouldn't be there, listening for sounds that don't belong, and glancing through my guest book to ensure all the signatures remain exactly as they should be. Because the most unsettling aspect of this case isn't what we found, it's what we didn't find. The visitor who came and went like a ghost, leaving no footprints behind, only questions that linger in the air like the fading scent of cologne present enough to notice, but too elusive to identify. And sometimes, late at night, I think I hear a polite knock at my door. Story 7, I've always been drawn to cold cases, those mysteries that linger in police filing cabinets, gathering dust but never quite forgotten. There's something about the unresolved that pulls at me, like a whisper you can't quite make out. This particular case came to me on a Tuesday evening in late October, when the autumn air carried just enough chill to make you pull your coat a little tighter around your shoulders. The Meridian Hotel stood at the edge of Oak Ridge County, a 12-story structure built in the late 1960s that had seen better days. Its once gleaming brass fixtures had dulled to a muted patina, and the red carpet in the lobby had worn thin in paths that traced the most common routes of its guests. I'd been examining missing persons cases in the area, a standard review procedure, when an unusual report crossed my desk. The detective who had initially handled the case, Reynolds, had since retired, but his notes were meticulous. As I turned each page of the manila folder, the soft whisper of paper against paper filled my small office. The overhead light buzzed faintly, casting shadows that played across the walls as evening descended outside my window. Female subject Sarah Calloway, age 32, hotel accountant, reported finding an anomaly in the hotel's floor plans. I read aloud to myself, voice barely above a murmur. My finger traced the typewritten words as I continued. Claims to have discovered a room that wasn't included in any official documentation. The hotel plans indicated exactly 237 rooms, a number the management had always proudly maintained in their records. Every room was meticulously numbered, every square foot of the building accounted for in the architectural designs. Yet Sarah had found room 238. I took a sip of my cooling coffee, the ceramic mug smooth and sturdy between my palms. The clock on my wall ticked softly, marking the passage of time as I immersed myself in the details. According to her statement, Sarah had been working late one night, reconciling the hotel's occupancy records when she noticed a discrepancy. The computer system showed a guest checked into room 238, a room that didn't exist in their database. At first, she assumed it was a simple clerical error, but something about it nagged at her. The hotel had been her workplace for nearly 7 years. She knew every corner, every supply closet, every maintenance access. So that night, after most guests had retired and the corridors had grown quiet, she decided to investigate. The service elevator hummed and vibrated slightly as it carried her to the 8th floor. The carpet there was a deep burgundy, patterned with gold geometric shapes that seemed to shift and realign as you walked past them. Sarah moved down the hallway, past rooms 234, 235, 236, 237. And then, where the hallway should have ended at a wall with a fire extinguisher cabinet, there was another door. Room 238. I leaned back in my chair, which creaked softly under my weight. The statement indicated that Sarah had stood there for several long moments, trying to reconcile what she was seeing with what she knew to be true. Had this door always been here? Had she simply never noticed it before? The brass numbers 238 gleamed dully in the subdued hallway lighting, as if they had always been fixed to that door. Sarah had a master key, of course. Part of her job required occasional access to rooms. With a steadying breath, she inserted the card into the slot. The lock mechanism clicked and the small light turned green. She pushed the door open. The room beyond was fully furnished, a standard suite with a queen-sized bed, a desk, a television mounted on the wall. But what made Sarah's blood run cold were the photographs scattered across the bed. Dozens of them all face up, all showing scenes from her childhood, birthday parties, family vacations, school events. Images from a personal history that no stranger should have possessed. I turned the page, the paper making a soft sound in the otherwise silent room. My office had grown darker as evening progressed, but I hadn't bothered to turn on more lights. The dim glow from my desk lamp cast long shadows across the documents. According to Sarah's statement, she backed out of the room immediately, letting the door swing shut behind her. She returned to the front desk in a state of confusion and fear, where she reported what she'd found to the night manager, who called the police. But when officers arrived and accompanied Sarah back to the 8th floor, there was no room 238. The hallway ended exactly where it was supposed to, with a wall and a fire extinguisher cabinet. No door, no mysterious room filled with her personal photographs. The police report noted that Sarah appeared genuinely distressed, but subsequent investigation revealed no evidence of any hidden or unmarked room. The hotel's security cameras showed Sarah walking down the hallway to the end, standing there for approximately 3 minutes, and then turning and walking rapidly back toward the elevator. The footage never showed her opening a door. I pulled out the architectural plans that had been included in the file, spreading them across my desk. My fingers traced the outlines of the 8th floor. There was no space unaccounted for, no possibility of a hidden room wedged between existing structures. According to these plans, room 238 could not physically exist. Sarah Calloway never returned to work after that night. Her resignation letter cited personal reasons and stress. The case was ultimately filed away as an unverified report, possibly the result of exhaustion, stress, or even a brief psychotic episode. But something about it didn't sit right with me. I decided to visit the Meridian myself. The following day I stood in the lobby, taking in the faded grandeur of the place. The desk clerk barely looked up as I flashed my badge and explained I was following up on an old case. Access granted, I made my way to the 8th floor. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime. The burgundy carpet with its gold patterns stretched before me, just as Sarah had described. I walked slowly down the hallway, counting the room numbers as I passed. Room 234, room 235, room 236, room 237. And then the wall, the fire extinguisher cabinet. No room 238. I stood there for a long moment, examining the wall. It was solid, no indication of a concealed door or recent construction. I ran my fingers along the wallpaper, feeling for inconsistencies, seams, anything unusual. Nothing. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a small discrepancy in the pattern of the carpet where it met the baseboard. I knelt down for a closer look. The pattern didn't quite align, as if the carpet had been cut and relayed at some point. I returned to the station and dug deeper. The hotel's history revealed a renovation in 1987, though the records were incomplete regarding exactly what had been modified. I tracked down former employees, most of whom had little to add to my investigation. Until I found Marcus Leary, a maintenance worker who had been employed at the Meridian from 1985 to 1992. We met at a quiet diner on the edge of town. Marcus was in his 70s now, with gnarled hands that wrapped around his coffee mug as if seeking warmth. There was something strange about that place, he said, his voice low despite the fact that we were alone in our corner booth, especially the 8th floor. He told me about unusual electrical issues that only affected that floor, about guests who would request room changes without being able to articulate exactly why they felt uncomfortable. And then he mentioned the architect. Guy who designed the place, Richard Merritt, he had some funny ideas. Talk was that he believed in all sorts of mystical geometry, sacred spaces. Said he designed the hotel to harness certain energies. Marcus shook his head. Most of us just thought he was eccentric. Richard Merritt had died in 1993, but his daughter still lived in the area. It took some convincing, but eventually, Elaine Merritt agreed to speak with me. In her living room, surrounded by her father's drawings and models, she shared what she knew. Dad was fascinated with the idea of liminal spaces, thresholds between one state and another. He designed several buildings with what he called conditional rooms, spaces that existed under specific circumstances. She pulled out a journal, its leather cover cracked with age. He wrote about the Meridian here. I leaned forward as she read. Room 238 exists in a fold between perception and reality. It will manifest only when needed, only to those who must see what it contains. A chill ran through me as I thought about Sarah Calloway and the photographs of her childhood spread across that bed. What had the room been trying to show her? I never did find Sarah. Records indicated she had moved out of state shortly after the incident. The hotel still stands, still boasts exactly 237 rooms, and no one else has reported finding an extra door at the end of that 8th floor hallway. Sometimes on nights when sleep eludes me and the shadows in my room seem to shift and deepen, I wonder about room 238. I wonder if it's still there, waiting behind a wall that appears solid to most observers. I wonder what photographs might be laid out on that bed should I ever find my way inside. And I wonder, with a touch of unease that never quite leaves me, what it is that I need to see so badly that a room would bend reality just to show me. The case remains officially unresolved in our files, just another cold case gathering dust. But unlike most files in that cabinet, this one doesn't make me sad or angry about justice delayed. Instead, it fills me with a peculiar sense of anticipation, as if I'm standing in that hallway again, watching the wallpaper for signs of a seam that wasn't there before. Waiting for a door to appear that leads to room 238. Story 8. I've been investigating strange cases for 15 years now, but there's one that still follows me like a shadow on a cloudy day, never quite visible, yet impossible to ignore. I call it the letter case, though officially it's still marked as case number 47329B in our department's records. Even now, as I sit in my dim office, the yellow lamp casting long shadows across stacks of manila folders, I can picture every detail of that first interview. It was late October when the evenings grow shorter and the darkness seems to seep into the corners of rooms earlier each day. The air outside carried the scent of damp leaves and wood smoke, that distinct fragrance that belongs only to autumn nights. I remember the sound of my pen tapping against my notepad as I waited for her to arrive, a steady rhythm that filled the quiet room. Sarah Delaney walked in precisely at 7:15 p.m. She was composed but pale, her fingers fidgeting with the strap of her leather bag. I noticed immediately that she carried herself with the careful poise of someone trying very hard to appear unaffected. As she settled into the chair across from me, the old wood creaked softly beneath her weight. "Thank you for coming in so late, Miss Delaney," I said, keeping my voice low and even. "Why don't you tell me about this letter?" She reached into her bag and removed an envelope, cream-colored, slightly textured, expensive. She placed it on the desk between us as if it were something that might bite if handled carelessly. I didn't touch it immediately, instead watching as she folded her hands in her lap. "It arrived yesterday," she said quietly. "No postmark, no return address, just my name written on the front in this perfect handwriting." I studied the envelope. The penmanship was indeed remarkable, flowing cursive that seemed almost too precise to be human. Her name was centered perfectly, the ink a deep blue-black that appeared almost wet under the lamplight. "And the contents concerned you," I prompted, my fingers hovering over the envelope. She nodded slowly. It described everything I did that day, everything. From the moment I woke up at 6:24, not 6:25, not 6:30, but exactly 6:24, to what I ordered for lunch at Calf Market, to the phone call I had with my sister that no one else knew about. I slid the letter from its envelope, feeling the weight of the heavy stationery between my fingers. The paper was cool to the touch, with a subtle watermark visible when tilted toward the light. The same meticulous handwriting filled the page with perfectly spaced lines of text. You hit the snooze button twice this morning, it began. Your coffee mug, the blue one with the chip on the handle, was still in the dishwasher, so you used the plain white one instead. You considered wearing the gray blazer but changed your mind when you noticed a small stain on the sleeve. I felt a chill travel up my spine as I continued reading. The letter described mundane details that no observer could possibly know, which emails she had deleted without reading, the exact amount of her lunch bill, a private moment when she had stopped in a stairwell to compose herself after a difficult meeting. When I received it, Sarah continued, her voice barely above a whisper, I immediately called the post office. I thought perhaps someone there might recognize the handwriting or remember who dropped it off. And what did they tell you? I asked, though something in her expression told me I already knew the answer. The woman I spoke with checked their records twice. She said they had never delivered anything to my address that day, not just this letter, nothing at all. I set the letter down carefully, resisting the urge to wipe my fingers on my pants. There was nothing physically wrong with the paper, and yet. Ms. Delaney, do you have any idea who might have written this? Anyone who might be watching you? She shook her head slowly. I've thought about it constantly. I've gone through everyone I know, everyone I've angered, everyone who might have reason to intimidate me. But this isn't just about knowing where I went or what I did in public. Whoever wrote this knew what I was thinking. They knew I was contemplating calling in sick that morning. They knew I almost texted my ex but deleted the message before sending it. The silence that followed felt heavy, like a physical presence in the room. Outside, a car passed by, its headlights briefly illuminating the wall through the blinds, creating parallel lines that appeared and vanished in an instant. May I keep this for now? I asked, already sliding the letter into an evidence bag. She nodded. I never want to see it again. But that wasn't the end of it. 3 days later, as I was reviewing the case notes in my apartment, my phone rang. Sarah's voice on the other end was thin with panic. There's another one, she said without preamble. It came today. I drove to her apartment in the rain, windshield wipers creating a hypnotic rhythm as they pushed away the water. The streets were glossy black, reflecting the traffic lights in long, blurry streaks of color. Her building was one of those renovated older structures, brick exterior with modern security features added on like afterthoughts. She was waiting by the door when I arrived, her face taut with anxiety. On her kitchen counter lay another cream envelope, identical to the first. This one described everything she had done since our meeting, including private conversations she'd had on the phone, thoughts she'd written in her journal, and a nightmare that had woken her at 3:17 a.m. I haven't left my apartment except to go to work, she said, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. I've checked for cameras, I've looked for bugs, there's nothing. I examined her apartment carefully, every vent, every light fixture, every possible hiding spot for surveillance equipment. We found nothing. The strangest thing, she said as I was preparing to leave, is that I've started to feel like I'm being watched even when I know I'm alone, like there's a presence, not threatening exactly, just there, observing. Over the next 2 weeks, 4 more letters arrived. Each one was hand-delivered, though neither Sarah nor any of her neighbors ever saw who brought them. There were no fingerprints except Sarah's and mine, no DNA except for a few skin cells that matched Sarah's profile. The handwriting analysis was inconclusive, too perfect to match any known samples. The letters were becoming. Story 9, I remember the first face we found. It was a Tuesday afternoon in late October, when the light comes through windows at that perfect golden angle, illuminating dust particles that dance like miniature galaxies in the air. My partner Rachel and I had been renovating the Victorian on Maple Street for nearly 3 weeks. The previous owners had left it in a state of elegant decay, a house that whispered of former grandeur beneath layers of neglect. We were in what would eventually become the master bedroom, carefully peeling away decades-old wallpaper in long, satisfying strips. The pattern, once vibrant blue peonies, had faded to the color of forgotten dreams. The radio played softly in the corner, a gentle jazz station that made the work feel almost meditative. I had just stepped back to admire our progress when Rachel's voice broke through the saxophone solo. "James," she said, her voice uncommonly still, "come look at this." I crossed the creaking floorboards, feeling the familiar give of the old oak beneath my feet. Rachel stood motionless, her scraper held loosely in her hand, pointing at a section of exposed plaster we had just uncovered. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing, just irregular lines in the plaster. Then, as if someone had suddenly adjusted the focus on a camera, it came into view. A face. Not painted or drawn, but somehow etched into the plaster itself. The size of my palm, with deep-set eyes that seemed to stare directly at me. The mouth was open in what could only be described as an expression of terror, silent, frozen terror. The craftsmanship was remarkable, almost photographic in its detail, capturing wrinkles around the eyes and the texture of hair. "That's unusual," I said, trying to maintain a practical tone. "Probably the previous owner's idea of art." Rachel traced the outline with her finger, not quite touching the surface. "It feels cold," she whispered, though she hadn't made contact with the wall. We decided to continue working, carefully removing more of the wallpaper. Within an hour, we had uncovered 3 more faces, each one as detailed as the first, each one wearing the same expression of horror. They were scattered seemingly at random, with no discernible pattern to their placement. By sunset, we had found 11 of them. I called Martin Holloway, the real estate agent who had sold us the house. His voice on the phone was cheerful until I described our discovery. Then came a pause, too long to be comfortable. "The Davidson place always had quirks," he finally said. "The history of that house goes back to the 1890s. Old houses settle in strange ways, plaster cracks, people see things that aren't really there. But these faces were undeniably there. I took photos and sent them to Martin. He didn't call back that evening. That night I dreamed of wallpaper that peeled itself away, revealing hundreds of faces, all watching me sleep. In the morning I began researching the house's history. The county records office was housed in a building nearly as old as our home, with the musty smell of paper that has been touched by too many hands. The clerk, a woman whose silver hair was pinned in a neat bun, recognized the address immediately. "The Davidson place," she said, her voice lowered slightly. "Interesting choice." She retrieved a thin file, placing it on the counter between us. I learned that the house had been built in 1893 by Thomas Davidson, a somewhat successful merchant with a reputation for eccentricity. The house had passed through several owners since, never staying in one family for more than a decade, unusual for our small town, where properties often remained in families for generations. There was a gap in the records from 1951 to 1963. When I asked about it, the clerk shrugged. "Fire in '78 destroyed some of our archives. Not much we can do about that." I was about to leave when she called me back. "There is something else," she said, pulling a newspaper clipping from a drawer beneath the counter. "Not official record, but might interest you." The yellowed paper contained a small article from 1947. The headline read, "Local Artist Disappears, Bizarre Sculptures Found." The story detailed how Anthony Marsh, a sculptor known for his realistic portraiture, had vanished from his rented room at 42 Maple Street, our house. Police investigating his disappearance found dozens of small plaster faces hidden throughout his room, described as disturbingly lifelike. The article ended by noting that Marsh was never found. When I returned home, Rachel was in the bedroom, staring at the wall. She didn't turn when I entered. "There's a new one," she said quietly. I followed her gaze to a section of wall we had completely cleared yesterday. There, emerging from the plaster as if it had always been there, was a new face. The detail was impeccable: high cheekbones, a slightly crooked nose, thin lips pressed together in fear. It was Rachel's face. "That's not possible," I whispered, though I was looking directly at the impossible. We called a contractor that afternoon. Dave Simmons had been in construction for 30 years and had restored half the historic homes in town. He examined the faces with professional detachment, running calloused fingers over the surfaces. "Never seen anything like it," he admitted. "This isn't carved, it's like the plaster formed this way." He knocked on different parts of the wall, listening carefully. "There's a void behind this section," he said. "Not unusual in these old places. Could be an old chimney shaft or a sealed-off closet." Dave brought in a small camera on a flexible cable, making a tiny hole in the wall to insert it. On his tablet screen, we watched as the camera revealed a narrow, vertical space. The beam of the camera's light showed more faces, dozens of them, covering every inch of the hidden chamber's interior walls. The police arrived an hour later. Detective Harmon was a solid presence in the room, her notebook always open, her questions precise and methodical. She had the camera footage replayed 3 times, her expression never changing. "We'll need to open this wall," she finally said. "Mr. Simmons, if you wouldn't mind assisting." As Dave carefully cut into the plaster, the air in the room grew noticeably colder. With each piece removed, more faces were revealed, some weathered with age, others looking freshly formed. When the opening was large enough, Detective Harmon shone her flashlight into the space. The narrow chamber extended from floor to ceiling, and in the corner, nearly hidden by the profusion of faces that seemed to emerge from every surface, was a human skeleton, curled in a fetal position. Forensics would later identify the remains as belonging to Anthony Marsh, missing since 1947. The cause of death was impossible to determine, but his position suggested he had crawled into the space willingly or had been sealed inside while still alive. In the following days, experts examined the faces in our walls. Art historians recognized the style as distinctly Marsh's, though no one could explain how new faces continued to appear. Plaster samples were taken and analyzed, revealing nothing unusual in their composition. We stayed with friends while the investigation continued. On our 3rd night away from the house, I woke from a deep sleep, my heart racing. In my dream, I had been trapped in a narrow space, feeling plaster closing around me, hardening against my skin, my face. When we returned to the house a week later, permitted by the police to retrieve more of our belongings, we found my face on the wall beside Rachel's, wearing the same expression of frozen terror. We never went back. The house remains empty on Maple Street, gradually reclaiming its state of elegant decay. Occasionally, curious teenagers peer through the windows, hoping to glimpse the infamous faces. Some swear the expressions change depending on who's looking at them. Others claim to have seen their own faces appear on the walls, even from outside. The investigation eventually stalled. No one could explain how Anthony Marsh died in that sealed chamber, or how he created faces that continued to appear decades after his death. The most plausible theory suggested that Marsh had developed a unique plaster formula that somehow continued to react over time, forming new patterns that merely resembled faces. But I know what I saw. I know the cold precision with which the house captured Rachel's features and then mine. I know that somewhere in that house, behind layers of peeling wallpaper and crumbling plaster, faces are still forming, waiting for new eyes to find them, new expressions to mirror. Sometimes on quiet nights when the wind blows from the direction of Maple Street, I run my fingers over my own face, ensuring that it's still flesh and bone, not yet hardened into eternal, silent terror. The renovation was never completed, but the house, in its own way, continues to renovate itself, one face at a time. Story 10. In the heart of the city, the old library faced its final moments as the wrecking ball loomed overhead. The workers, their faces masked in dust and sweat, toiled away, each swing bringing the building closer to its inevitable end. But fate had other plans that day. As the workers dismantled the bookshelves, one of them, a man with weathered hands and a curious spirit, stumbled upon a hidden latch concealed within the wood. With a gentle push, the latch gave way, and the bookshelf creaked open to reveal a secret passage, a doorway to the unknown. The worker's heart quickened as he stepped inside, the air thick with the weight of time, untouched for decades. There was no sound except for the whisper of his own breath echoing off the walls of the hidden room. No furniture adorned the space save for a solitary chair in the center, its legs bolted firmly to the floor as if rooted in place by some unseen force. And etched into the wall, haunting in its repetition, were the words, "I am still here." The worker's hands trembled as he backed out, his mind racing with questions that had no answers. He knew then that this discovery would change everything. The construction foreman, a no-nonsense man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too much, radioed for the police. What had begun as a routine demolition had now taken a darker turn, plunging them all into a mystery that defied explanation. Detective Morgan Walsh arrived on the scene, his footsteps echoing in the empty halls as he made his way to the hidden room. The beam of his flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing the chilling message scrawled across the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice firm in the stillness of the room. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the library whispered of secrets long buried. Once owned by the prestigious Harrington family, the building had been bequeathed to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished without a trace during her final year of college, leaving behind only a ghostly echo of her presence. The case had remained unsolved, shrouded in mystery and speculation. But now, as Walsh and his team delved deeper into the hidden room, the truth began to unfurl like a sinister tapestry. The forensic technicians uncovered strands of hair and fibers embedded in the chair, remnants of a struggle frozen in time. The walls, scarred by frantic scratches, held the echoes of a silent scream that had long since faded into the shadows. The evidence painted a grim picture, a picture of captivity and despair. Walsh's instincts led him down a twisted path of deception and betrayal. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, revealing a chilling connection between the library's dark secret and the Harrington family. It was revealed that the bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor known to work exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records told a tale of lavish payments and hidden motives, sparking a fire of suspicion within Walsh's mind. Former staff members of the library spoke in hushed tones of Maxwell's peculiar behavior, of his insistence on preserving that section of the building untouched by time or progress. And as the forensic results confirmed the DNA match between the chair and Rebecca, the truth became clear in all its horrifying clarity. Rebecca had not fled. She had been held captive, imprisoned behind the walls of the library by someone she had trusted. The darkness of the past bled into the present as Walsh obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In the depths of Maxwell's study, a leather-bound journal lay hidden, its pages stained with the weight of guilt and secrets long kept. The entries spoke of obsession and madness, of a man consumed by his own demons, and in the final confession the truth emerged like a specter from the shadows. Maxwell had seen Rebecca as a threat, a danger to the fragile facade he had built for himself. In a moment of madness and desperation, he had silenced her forever, entombing her within the walls of the library, a prisoner of his own making. The echoes of Rebecca's voice, silenced for so long, reverberated through the halls as justice closed in on her captor. The excavation of the hidden room unearthed the truth in all its grisly detail, a truth that had lain buried for too long. Maxwell's confession, cold and devoid of remorse, sealed his fate as the weight of his crimes bore down upon him. The Harrington family, their faces etched with grief and shame, bore witness to the final chapter of a tragedy that had haunted them for so long. Rebecca's remains, clad in the silver bracelet her parents had given her, were laid to rest at last, a bittersweet closure to a story that had defied time itself. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to the past, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls. And as the city mourned the loss of a life cut short, a sense of peace settled over the building, a whisper of solace for a soul that had found its final rest. In the quiet of the night, as the stars shimmered overhead, the library stood as a testament to the enduring power of truth and justice, a beacon of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. And in the stillness of the hidden room, where the echoes of the past lingered like a ghostly presence, the words etched on the walls whispered softly to those who would listen, "I am still here." Story 11. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints held no secrets of its existence. Yet, as the family peeled back the worn carpet, they uncovered a hidden door, a door with a handle heavy and rusted, requiring 3 sets of hands to pry it open. A rush of stale air greeted them, carrying the scent of damp earth. Descending steps disappeared into darkness. Expecting storage, they were met with a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a series of photographs, familiar faces, their own faces. The Mercer family had settled into their suburban home during the long nights of winter, when shadows crept early and the trees outside were stripped bare by the chill. The house, with its weathered façade and creaking floors, had whispered promises of character and history to them. But what they hadn't bargained for was the depth of history nestled within its walls, and how violently it would collide with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already cordoning off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she recounted the unearthed secret beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else enters," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with a practiced ease. Camera flashes lit up the stairwell as the forensic team captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into a small basement, akin to a standard bedroom, with gray-painted concrete walls. A single chair stood anchored in the center, while the bare bulb cast harsh shadows that danced in unseen currents. Yet it was the row of photos that seized their attention, 37 snapshots meticulously arranged by time. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," remarked Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on the prints. Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the table, the kids in their rooms. No signs of forced entry, no broken barriers. The security system had remained silent. Only their privacy had been invaded, their sanctuary compromised. Forensics uncovered numerous fingerprints, most belonging to past owners of the house. A history of short stays, each family departing within a year at dwindling prices. None had ever mentioned a hidden basement. "We must interview every previous owner," ordered Connors, flipping through her notes. As they delved into the past, the case grew more disconcerting. Property records marred by alterations, permits forged and rescinded, inspection reports shrouded in secrecy. The breakthrough arrived during a conversation with the contractor who had renovated the home 7 years prior. His pallor drained upon seeing the basement photos. "That room isn't real," he insisted, hands quivering. "I gutted that place to the bones. No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete beneath the living room." Data extracted from a hidden memory card unraveled hundreds more images, not just of the Mercers, but of former occupants. Children slumbering, parents quarreling, mundane moments frozen in time. The investigation plunged to darker depths with the recovery of audio files from a concealed box in the basement. Conversations in bedrooms, kitchens, living rooms captured with eerie clarity, though no hidden microphones were found. "We must peel back every surface," Connors urged, her tone taut with urgency. "Check air vents, light fixtures, outlets. The voyeur has been watching for years." Behind the photo wall, a narrow passage led to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal filled with meticulous observations on each family. Their lives, routines, vulnerabilities meticulously chronicled. The script matched that of the home's original builder, Edward Kelvin, who had mysteriously vanished during construction, leaving no public trace. The journal's final entries grew frantic, obsessing over unseen observations and whispered fears. "The next family arrives tomorrow," the last page ominously declared. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the chilling truth: Kelvin had never left the house. He had morphed into its hidden recesses, a phantom witness to the family's lives. The manhunt spanned 3 days, culminating in Kelvin's discovery curled within a crawlspace, his frame lean and agile, crafted for navigating the covert passages he had devised. His eyes blinked against the probing lights, his mindset ensconced within the architectural maze of his creation. Kelvin spoke of the families as actors in his private drama, watched with the detachment of a curious scientist. He had observed, documented, but never intervened. "They welcomed me," he murmured to investigators, his voice soft, rational. "They signed the contract, they became mine." Psychological evaluations painted Kelvin as delusional, a guardian of the house in his mind, not an intruder. Families fled, leaving behind belongings, fleeing the violation. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden chambers, built-in observation points, a house fashioned as a voyeuristic instrument from its inception. Unmoved by the verdict, Kelvin retreated into his mental citadel, where the house's ghostly echoes lingered. The property crumbled, its secrets buried beneath fresh soil. Yet, for those who dwelt within its walls, the specter endured. They were haunted not by what had been taken, but by what had lurked unseen, watching, listening, recording their intimate moments from behind trusted walls. In quiet moments they glanced at vents, fixtures, corners, pondering if solitude was truly theirs, or if they had never been alone. Story 12. The wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, revealing a hidden secret beneath her feet. Intrigued by the unexpected discovery, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing a concealed space waiting to be unveiled. With cautious determination, she lifted the boards, exposing a dark, narrow cavity beneath the house. Dust and cobwebs greeted her at first, but as her vision adjusted to the dimness, shapes began to emerge from the shadows. A mattress, a chair, and in the corner, a weathered notebook filled with her name, written repeatedly as if in a trance. Detective Morgan Reed observed silently as Sarah Coleman peered into the darkness below, her eyes betraying a fear that transcended mere surprise. It was a violation of sanctuary, an intrusion of malevolence into what should have been a fresh start. "Do not disturb anything," Detective Reed advised, her voice steady yet commanding. She flicked on her flashlight, casting light upon a hidden world that had long eluded Sarah's awareness. The walls adorned with surveillance photographs, capturing her every move walking to her car, entering buildings, conversing with friends. A shrine of obsession meticulously crafted right beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of Walter Green, an elderly recluse who had passed away with no known kin. The property, vacant for months before Sarah's arrival, had been described as charming and in need of minor updates. No mention of the hidden chamber had been made during inspections or in the sale process. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I was told that the basement was sealed off long ago." That's what the inspection report claimed. As crime scene investigators arrived, their tools reverberating against the wooden floors, they meticulously documented the eerie chamber, extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook for further analysis. Forensic experts uncovered a multitude of fingerprints belonging solely to Walter Green, painting a picture of his clandestine obsession. What unsettled investigators most was the revelation of Walter's meticulous surveillance spanning over 3 years, unbeknownst to Sarah. He had shadowed her every step, blending into the backdrop of her life, while she remained oblivious to his voyeuristic gaze. The level of fixation displayed here is concerning, the department psychologist remarked during a briefing. This escalates beyond mere infatuation into calculated intent. The hidden room suggests a disturbing level of preparation. Detective Reed's inquiry took an unexpected turn upon interviewing Walter's former colleague, who nervously divulged snippets of Walter's fixation on Sarah, hinting at a possessiveness that bordered on delusion. Securing a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, Detective Reed uncovered a key leading to a storage unit registered in his name. The metallic door creaked open to reveal a meticulously recreated replica of Sarah's former living space, down to the minutest details. A mannequin bearing her likeness sat at the desk, a calendar ominously marked with a date forebodingly circled in red, a date that hinted at a twisted desire for togetherness. Walter's troubled past, marked by a history of delusional fixation, shed light on his descent into obsession once triggered by his encounter with Sarah. Despite his demise, his dark legacy lingered, casting a pall over Sarah's sense of security. The house she had once seen as a refuge now bore the stain of Walter's twisted fantasy. Ultimately, Sarah chose to part ways with the house, haunted by the specter of what could have been had she not unearthed the hidden chamber. As she stood in the living room for the last time, she pondered the chilling reality of how close she had come to a fate she could never have imagined. The case, closed with Walter's passing, left a lingering unease in its wake, a reminder of the unseen perils that lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary lives. Sarah sought solace in a fresh start, distant from the shadows of her past. Detective Reed, an ever-watchful guardian, silently acknowledged the fragile line that separated Sarah from a fate that could have been her own. The cottage found new owners unaware of its dark history, the hidden room now sealed off, its secrets buried with Walter Green. Life carried on, but for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor whispered of dangers unseen, of monsters who remain elusive, and of victims who narrowly evade their tragic destinies. Story 13. The aged apartment held its secrets, pipes groaning, floorboards creaking in the dimness. But the new inhabitant sensed a difference in the sounds that reached her ears. The footsteps above were too precise, too deliberate, echoing slowly down to her top-floor dwelling. One night, a surge of bravery coursed through her, urging her to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The noise ceased. A heavy hush settled in the air. Then a single rap reverberated, emerging from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the peculiar knocking incident to herself, brushing it off as the building settling, or perhaps a small creature finding shelter in the attic space. Despite the persistent nightly footsteps that mapped out unseen paths across her ceiling in the darkness, she adjusted her routines, cranking up the volume of her television, donning headphones at night, anything to muffle the methodical footfalls overhead. Detective Morris was drawn into the enigma of the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall in the hallway near Sarah's residence to mend a leak, the worker uncovered a narrow passage that defied the building blueprints. Peering inside with his flashlight, he revealed a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. Swiftly, the building superintendent alerted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, found the worker pale and trembling, muttering, "Someone's been living in the walls, someone's been watching." The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her TV preferences, her bathing and sleeping patterns. The once neat handwriting descended into chaos towards the end, interspersed with peculiar symbols in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," the final entry read. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic experts scoured the crawlspace, uncovering fingerprints that matched no database records. They unearthed an intricate network of passages woven into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades based on structural assessments. These passageways linked to 5 different apartments, terminating in observation points, subtle openings disguised as fixtures or minor damage solely in Sarah Coleman's abode. Interviews with current residents yielded no abnormalities beyond the typical apartment sounds. However, past tenants painted a different picture. 3 previous occupants of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being watched or hearing inexplicable movements. One had hastily vacated after a mere fortnight. None had voiced their experiences, fearing ridicule for their perceived paranoia. A breakthrough emerged when forensics detected minuscule blood spatters in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis tied the traces to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished mysteriously 4 years prior. His disappearance had gone cold after his family reported him missing. Martin had occupied the apartment directly beneath Sarah's. Revisiting Martin's case, Detective Morris learned that Martin had raised complaints about noises from the apartment above his own. He had confronted the occupant residing there, Edward, a reclusive individual. Shortly thereafter, Martin vanished, and Edward swiftly relocated without leaving a forwarding address. Delving into Edward's rental history, investigators discerned a pattern. He had resided in 6 different apartment complexes over 2 decades, consistently opting for top-floor units, maintaining minimal interactions, and departing without notice. A neighbor from Edward's 3rd residence recollected him as intense, often venting about the necessity for silence. Property records unveiled Edward's purchase of remote rural land. Upon investigating the site, a cabin emerged, adorned with photos and notes adorning the walls, images of residents from various apartments, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. diagrams of ventilation systems and building weaknesses. Detailed journals chronicling observations of the specimens and preserving the environment. At the cabin's heart stood a corkboard embellished with newspaper clippings, missing persons reports of 6 individuals, all former tenants from buildings where Edward had resided. Beneath the board, the floor bore deep scratches, as though a weighty object had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led the team to freshly disturbed soil. Excavation revealed human remains, grave after grave. As forensic anthropologists commenced the daunting task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's residence. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, occupants still reported sporadic noises. During the installation of new security measures, maintenance workers unearthed a discovery nestled in a corner where the ceiling met the wall, a fresh notebook, newer than the first. The initial page bore a solitary line: "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The handwriting mirrored the previous journal. The final page exhibited a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout, with a crimson-marked passage and a date set for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to discover her dwelling deserted. Her phone lay abandoned on the kitchen counter. The television murmured softly. The shower hissed with water. Within the bathroom, the mirror fogged with steam, unveiling a message etched by a finger: "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The hunt for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations, persisted. His insight into building structures had facilitated the covert establishment of his network of observation posts and passages. Thermal scans of Sarah's building yielded no signs of ongoing habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remained missing, her case intertwined with similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities cautioned apartment managers about unauthorized alterations in concealed spaces. Amidst the haunting images of the graves, journals, and unsuspecting residents' photographs, Detective Morris found himself fixated on a singular thought: Sarah, bearing witness night after night to those enigmatic footsteps overhead in an apartment devoid of an upper-level inhabitant. The footsteps that ceased when she knocked, and then returned the knock. In moments of solitude within his own dwelling, Detective Morris occasionally gazes upward at his ceiling, listening intently, waiting, pondering who else might be listening too. Story 14. Renovations always have a way of unraveling the past, revealing forgotten relics and hidden truths. When Sarah and Michael decided to revamp their new Victorian-era home, they expected to find old newspapers and dusty trinkets, not a cryptic letter tucked beneath the floorboards. The paper, fragile and aged, bore a haunting message: "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could make sense of it, 3 sharp knocks reverberated through the silent house, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued and unnerved, they called upon Detective Alina Reed, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the enigmatic. With the floorboards pried open, the unsettling note was retrieved, its secrets begging to be unraveled. Sarah and Michael, innocent and bewildered, recounted the chilling sound that accompanied the mysterious message. Reed, with her weathered hands and piercing gaze, delved into the murky history of the house. Previously owned by the reclusive Hargrove family, the property held within its walls a tale of secrets and shadows. As Reed pieced together the puzzle, a narrative of fear and betrayal emerged. Franklin Hargrove, a respected teacher turned recluse, harbored a dark secret debts owed to a menacing figure known only as the Collector. His wife, Margaret, bore the brunt of his decisions, haunted by the ominous 3 knocks that foretold impending doom. Through meticulous investigation and haunting revelations, Reed uncovered a buried truth that lay beneath the house's foundation, a skeleton, a victim of long-buried secrets and unchecked greed. The identity of the collector, Victor Mercer, a ruthless lone shark, surfaced from the depths of obscurity, his fate sealed within the confines of the crawlspace. Margaret's diaries, a testament to her silent suffering, painted a portrait of a woman ensnared in a web of deceit and fear. The echoes of the past reverberated through the empty halls, a reminder of the darkness that once dwelled within the walls of the Victorian mansion. The case, closed yet unresolved, left lingering questions in its wake. The house, tainted by the stains of its history, stood empty and forsaken, a silent witness to the tragedies that unfolded within its embrace. Whispers of spectral knocks in the dead of night kept the locals on edge, a reminder that some secrets are never truly laid to rest. Detective Reed, with a heavy heart and a mind full of unanswered questions, closed the chapter on the haunting mystery. The note, a chilling relic of a bygone era, remained a cryptic warning: don't trust the one who knocked. As the shadows of the past continued to cast their long reach, the truth remained elusive, buried within the depths of a house that held more secrets than met the eye. Story 15. In the stillness of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere glitch in the feed. The mother, Rebecca, paid it no mind at first, attributing it to interference. But then a crackling sound filled the room, and a voice, soft and eerie, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her blood turning to ice in her veins. With a pounding heart, she raced to her son Samuel's room, only to find his crib empty, the window sealed shut, and the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy black eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's scream tore through the night, raw and desperate, echoing through the walls until the neighbors couldn't ignore her distress any longer. Emergency services were summoned, and when the authorities arrived, they discovered Rebecca in the nursery, clutching the stuffed rabbit, her body rocking back and forth on the floor. Samuel, just 4 months old, had vanished without a trace. The investigation that followed yielded few leads. There were no signs of forced entry, the security system had remained armed, and the baby monitor footage showed nothing out of the ordinary until that haunting voice and static filled the air. How could someone enter a locked home, snatch a child, and leave without a trace, except for a disturbed stuffed animal? Initially, suspicion fell upon Rebecca. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business, and their strained marriage was known to all. Rebecca's struggles with postpartum depression, documented in medical records, only added fuel to the growing suspicion. The detective noted her unnervingly calm demeanor during questioning, a stark contrast to a mother whose child had inexplicably disappeared. Whispers spread through the community, casting doubts and shadows on Rebecca's grief. Then a breakthrough came. Microscopic fibers were discovered on the nursery windowsill, fibers that didn't match any household fabrics or clothing. They belonged to a rare climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining access from outside. The focus shifted away from Rebecca. Daniel returned from his trip, bewildered and distressed, his hands showing unusual calluses that piqued the investigators' interest. His newfound hobby of rock climbing, a stress reliever, raised eyebrows. Financial records revealed a troubling truth: an extensive life insurance policy taken out on Samuel, multiple calls to an unknown number, and a hidden second family unbeknownst to Rebecca. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the baby monitor emerged as a pivotal clue. It had been hacked, manipulated to broadcast the chilling voice remotely. The digital trail led investigators to a basement, where Samuel was found in the care of Elaine, a woman with vacant eyes and a haunted past. Elaine, Daniel's first wife, had never recovered from a miscarriage and had monitored his life from afar, consumed by jealousy as he built a new family. The trial unveiled a web of deception. The baby monitor's enhanced audio revealed more than just the whispered words. It captured Daniel's cough, placing him at the scene of the abduction he vehemently denied. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine exposed their sinister plan, leading to their convictions for kidnapping and conspiracy. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, far from the shadows of the past. The case reshaped how abductions are investigated, prompting a nationwide review of baby monitor security and heightened awareness of tech-enabled crimes. Samuel grew up in blissful ignorance of his tumultuous entry into the world, while Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the truth it had quietly observed that fateful night. The monitor, though unconventional, had revealed the reality in whispers that lingered in the darkness, a tale of betrayal and redemption. Story 16. The tale unfolds in the quiet corners of a fading costume shop where the air is thick with the dust of forgotten treasures. The shop, on the verge of closure, whispered of secrets held within its walls as it sold off remnants of bygone eras. Among the relics, a woman ventured, drawn to a mask perched on a dusty shelf, an artifact of delicate craftsmanship, yet its lifelike features bore an unsettling aura. As the woman, unknown to the world but for her name, Catherine Reed, lifted the mask, a cashier's unease flickered briefly before he muttered, "That's not ours." Puzzled, she sought a tag, only to find none. Without hesitation, she carried the mask to her abode, unaware of the shadow it would cast upon her slumber. That fateful night, a soft rustle stirred Catherine from her dreams, a whisper of fabric, a subtle shift. Her eyes fluttered open to behold the mask, no longer resting on her dresser where she had left it, but perched ominously upon her nightstand, its gaze fixated upon her. Morning light spilled into Catherine's home, casting long shadows across the wooden floor as her neighbor, bearing a borrowed book, stumbled upon a scene that would linger in the depths of his memory. The front door stood ajar, a silent invitation to the unknown. Within, Catherine lay motionless, the mask vanished into the shroud of mystery. Detective Morgan arrived, a figure cloaked in shadows of her own, as forensics meticulously documented the scene. Shutters clicked rhythmically in the background, a haunting melody to accompany the hushed whispers of the investigators. No signs of forced entry, whispered tales of silent intruders, unnoticed by all but the shadows that danced along the walls. A single drawer ajar, a water glass stained with lipstick residue, mundane details painted a portrait of the ordinary, save for the woman who now lay in eternal repose. The medical examiner, face etched with solemnity, declared the cause of death a riddle: no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, only a visage frozen in terror. Catherine, a connoisseur of art, had lived a life steeped in the pursuit of authenticity, her discerning eye a beacon in a sea of imitations. Colleagues spoke of her talents, her ability to discern falsehoods with a single glance, yet had her keen eye led her to a truth too dark to fathom. Security footage from the forsaken costume shop whispered of enigmatic origins. The cashier's confusion, the owner's denial, all veiled in a cloak of mystery. The detective's footsteps echoed through the empty store, unraveling threads of a tapestry woven in shadows and whispers. A breakthrough emerged as forensics unearthed microscopic fibers clinging to Catherine's fingertips, a silent testament to a struggle unseen. The fibers, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance, hinted at a sinister presence lurking in the shadows. Records of similar deaths unfurled a tapestry of tragedy stretching back through the annals of time. Each victim, each mask, a piece in a puzzle unsolved, a mystery shrouded in the veil of the unknown. A retired detective, a guardian of forgotten truths, shared revelations of ancient symbols hidden within the masks, a gateway to a realm beyond mortal comprehension. Catherine's journal, a beacon in the darkness, illuminated a path fraught with peril and whispering shadows. The detective pieced together fragments of a puzzle long neglected, the fibers, the journal, the masks, all threads in a tapestry woven by a malevolent hand. The cause of death, a mere heartbeat extinguished by unbridled fear. What specter could wield such power? Surveillance footage, a silent witness, unveiled a figure cloaked in shadows, a mimicry of Catherine's form, a macabre dance of life and death, of masks worn and souls consumed. The missing mask, a phantom in the night, vanished into the tapestry of time, only to resurface in a distant vintage shop, its hunger unsated, its purpose unfulfilled. The detective, keeper of Catherine's legacy, harbored the journal as a shield against the encroaching darkness. In the stillness of night, she too felt the watchful gaze, the whispers of forgotten souls echoing in the silence. The mask, a harbinger of shadows, awaited its next victim, its hunger eternal, its eyeless visage a mirror to the abyss. And so the tale lingers on, a dance of shadows and whispers, a reminder of the unseen forces that bind us to the darkness. The mask waits, patient and hungry, for the cycle to begin anew, for another soul to be swallowed by its insatiable hunger. Story 17. In a quiet corner of the city, there stood a cozy coffee shop that had become a sanctuary for a man known only as John Doe. His presence was as constant as the morning sun, his routine unchanging like the ebb and flow of the tide. Each day he would enter the shop, order his usual black coffee with no sugar, and retreat to his familiar corner table, hidden by a lush plant. The barista recognized his face, but his identity remained a mystery to all. No one knew his name, no one knew where he came from or where he went. And then, one fateful day, John Doe failed to make his customary appearance. Concerned, the barista alerted the authorities, leading to a puzzling discovery. When the police inspected John's usual seat, they found a solitary wallet left behind. Inside was a driver's license bearing a photo of a man with no name, no address, just an empty space where his identity should have been. The security footage from the coffee shop revealed a baffling truth. John had entered, he had sat down, but he had never departed. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigmatic case, her fingertips tracing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the perplexing footage. John Doe, a man of unremarkable appearance, had simply vanished into thin air. The more Mercer delved into the mystery, the more elusive it became. The wallet left behind held no clues, only blank spaces where personal details should have been. Credit cards with non-existent accounts, cash neatly arranged, and a lone business card with a ghostly phone number, all pieces of a puzzle with no solution in sight. As Mercer explored further, she uncovered a notebook filled with cryptic symbols and drawings of unfamiliar buildings. The notebook, along with the abandoned wallet, hinted at a world beyond comprehension, a reality veiled in enigma and intrigue. The investigation led Mercer to a peculiar antique mirror hanging in the coffee shop, its ornate frame etched with cryptic symbols reminiscent of those in John's notebook. The mirror concealed a hidden compartment containing identical wallets and a journal chronicling experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference. The final entry in the journal forewarned of impending closure, hinting at a conclusion to an experiment shrouded in secrecy. Strange occurrences began to unfold around the coffee shop, with witnesses reporting eerie reflections and phantom sightings of John Doe. An elderly physicist named Margaret Keller shed light on John Doe's true identity, Daniel Weston, a brilliant scientist who had delved into the realms of parallel realities and quantum mirrors. Weston's disappearance was linked to the experimental project he had pursued, a project that blurred the boundaries between worlds. As Mercer pieced together the fragments of Weston's enigmatic existence, she stumbled upon a revelation that defied all logic. Security footage captured the spectral image of Weston observing himself in the mirror, a haunting reflection of a man caught between dimensions. The final note found amidst shattered glass hinted at the closure of an experiment that transcended the boundaries of reality. The mystery of the man who didn't exist remained unsolved, leaving behind a legacy of intrigue and wonder. The coffee shop, a haven for the enigmatic John Doe, faded into memory, its secrets buried within the rubble of demolished walls. Daniel Weston's fate remained a mystery, his legacy lingering in the whispers of a world beyond our own. And Detective Mercer, haunted by the specter of a man lost in time, found solace in the pages of a notebook mirroring Weston's own. As she sat on her porch, her gaze fixed on the fragment of an antique mirror, she pondered the mysteries that lay beyond the threshold of perception, where reality and illusion intertwined in a dance of shadows and light. Story 18. The old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered by time. The heating system let out a low groan, the pipes rattled softly in the night, a familiar symphony of the past, or so she thought until she heard it, a voice, barely a whisper, drifting through the aging vents like a ghostly echo. It wasn't the usual sounds of neighbors or the building settling. It was a voice calling out to her, calling her name in the darkness of the night. Intrigued and unsettled, she leaned in closer, her heart quickening its pace. A cool breath brushed past her cheek, carrying with it a soft, almost playful declaration, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the silent apartment, a lone figure amidst the memories left behind. Her gaze lingered on the rusted vent cover, a portal to the mysteries that unfolded within. The forensic team moved with purpose around her, capturing each detail with flashes of light. The missing woman, Alina Reeves, had vanished without a trace until the scent of decay drew attention to her absence. What they discovered inside the ventilation system defied logic and reason. Reports of voices through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes, the words hanging in the air like a haunting melody. Disregarded as mere building quirks by management, he added, a touch of disbelief in his tone. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the scratches that marred its edges. These were not marks of wear and tear, but of desperation, a frantic attempt to escape from within. The chilling realization crept over her as she envisioned the struggle that had taken place. Alina Reeves, a beloved figure in her community, a teacher with a radiant smile and a home filled with life. Her absence had left a void in the hearts of many. Shaw listened to the accounts of her paranoia, her fear of unseen eyes watching her every move, speaking to her through the very walls that surrounded her. The pieces of the puzzle were coming together, painting a picture of a woman haunted by more than just her own thoughts. As Shaw delved deeper into the investigation, the apartment revealed its secrets with each passing moment. Clues intertwined with whispers of the past, leading her down a path of shadows and deceit. Fibers from Alina's clothing trapped in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside of the cover, and the chilling recordings found on her phone, all pointing towards a malevolent presence lurking within the building's walls. The history of the apartment building unveiled a pattern of tenants fleeing in fear, tales of voices that echoed in the night, driving them to madness. Harold Weber, the enigmatic superintendent, emerged as a key figure in the unfolding drama. His stoic demeanor cracked ever so slightly when questioned about the previous occupants of apartment 4B, hinting at a deeper connection to the dark undercurrents that plagued the building. The investigation took a sinister turn as a hidden passage was uncovered, a passage that led to a realm hidden from sight, a realm where someone had dwelled in secrecy, observing, listening, and waiting. Shaw's instincts led her to Weber's door, behind which lay a meticulously kept facade concealing a disturbing truth. The recordings, the photographs, the journal all spoke of a man consumed by his obsession, a man who believed himself to be a conduit for the building's voice. Weber's arrest marked the end of a reign of terror that had spanned years. His chilling words offered a glimpse into a mind twisted by delusions, a mind that saw itself as an instrument of the building's will. The trial brought closure to the victims and their families, but the whispers lingered, a spectral reminder of the darkness that had once dwelled within the walls. The vacant apartment building now stands as a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its confines. Despite efforts to erase the past, the echoes of the past persist, a reminder of the chilling legacy left behind by a man who believed himself to be the voice of the building. The whispers continue, carried on the cold drafts that seep through the vents, a haunting melody that lingers in the night. The building remembers, the shadows whisper, and the secrets of the past remain shrouded in mystery. Story 19. In a house where shadows danced with the wind and secrets whispered through the walls, Rebecca Morgan found herself drawn to the attic, a place she had always avoided. But when the storm's fury seeped through the roof, she had no choice but to ascend the creaking stairs into the realm of forgotten things, where dust and cobwebs draped over the past like a shroud. Among the relics of yesteryears, in a corner where light dared not reach, stood an old dollhouse. Its presence sent shivers down Rebecca's spine, for within its miniature walls lay a chilling truth. The tiny furniture, meticulously placed, held not dolls but hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure bore an uncanny resemblance to its real-life counterpart, frozen in time like echoes of a forgotten melody. But one figure stood out amidst the eerie tableau, the figure meant to be Rebecca herself. Instead of sitting as the others did, she was portrayed standing by the attic door, gazing out with eyes that seemed to pierce through the fabric of reality. As Rebecca traced her finger over the dollhouse roof, she felt the weight of an unsettling revelation settle upon her soul. This was not her childhood home. It was a rental property, a temporary haven where the family had sought refuge. A chill crept through her veins, unrelated to the draft that whispered through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there, a silent sentinel bearing witness to unseen forces at play. The tale unfurled with a frantic call to law enforcement, the family's distress palpable as they huddled in fear, refusing to return to the attic's haunting embrace. Detective Sarah Harmon, a beacon of resolve in the sea of uncertainty, delved into the mystery that lurked within the walls of the suburban residence. The intricate details of the dollhouse figures beckoned a deeper investigation, each minutiae capturing a facet of the family's essence with eerie precision. Fingerprints foreign to the family danced upon the dollhouse, leading to a revelation that shattered the veil of normalcy. Microscopic cameras embedded in the eyes of the miniature figures unveiled a web of surveillance so intricate it bordered on obsession. The positions of the figures mirrored not just a single night, but days of the family's existence, a voyeuristic dance orchestrated by an unseen puppeteer. Beneath the veneer of ordinary life, a hidden entrance to a subterranean realm, revealed a truth stranger than fiction. A shadow dweller had made a home beneath the floorboards, living in silence as the family moved above, oblivious to the eyes that watched their every breath. The mystery deepened as the past intertwined with the present, revealing a tale of loss and possession that defied logic. Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners, emerged as the orchestrator of this twisted symphony, his mind a labyrinth of delusions and desires. His obsession with the house, with the lives that ebbed and flowed within its walls, manifested in the form of miniature worlds where he reigned as a silent god. The doll houses that littered his abode bore witness to a mind teetering on the edge of sanity, a fractured mirror reflecting a reality askew. As the truth came to light, the tendrils of fear and disbelief coiled around the Morgan family, binding them in a web of nightmares made flesh. The dollhouse, once a beacon of innocence, now stood as a monument to a violation beyond comprehension. In the aftermath of the revelation, as justice sought its rightful place, the echoes of the past lingered like ghosts in the night. Rebecca, haunted by the specter of unseen eyes, sought solace in a new beginning, far from the tendrils of a darkness that refused to fade. The story of the dollhouse, of the figures that danced in silent reverie, echoed through the halls of time, a cautionary tale of boundaries crossed and innocence lost. As the shadows lengthened and the night whispered its lullabies, Rebecca closed her eyes, seeking refuge in dreams untouched by the taint of reality. In the quiet of the night, where secrets slumbered and mysteries whispered, the dollhouse remained a silent sentinel, a reminder of a past best left undisturbed. And as the world drifted into slumber, the tale of the dollhouse faded into the realm of forgotten things, where only the echoes of memory lingered on. Story 20. The aged box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten treasure trove left behind by the previous inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids of joyous occasions and family gatherings, one photo stood out. In the familiar living room setting, a family unknown to Rebecca smiled at the camera, oblivious to the sinister figure lurking in the shadows behind them. A chill ran down Rebecca's spine as she studied the mysterious image, her fingers trembling as she grasped the Polaroid. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, the once spacious house now felt oppressive to Rebecca. Placing the photograph under the harsh kitchen light, she couldn't ignore the uncanny resemblance between her home and the strangers captured in the picture. Seeking answers, Detective Morgan arrived, his weathered jacket hinting at years of experience in solving mysteries. With a keen eye, he examined the photo, probing into the history of the house's former occupants. Through diligent investigation, a pattern emerged. Families had come and gone from the house, vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The enigmatic Sutherland family, captured in the haunting photograph, had left no clues to their sudden disappearance. Forensic analysis of the photo revealed the presence of a tall, shadowy figure in the hallway, a figure that seemed to belong there, watching with intent focus. Delving deeper into the house's history, Detective Morgan uncovered the enigmatic past of the architect, Samuel Whitfield, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The basement, shrouded in secrets, concealed the preserved remains of the missing families, each frozen in time with a camera by their side. The attic revealed a hidden crawlspace with unsettling evidence of surveillance and sinister intent. As Rebecca sought refuge in a hotel under police protection, the unsettling mystery took a chilling turn. A late-night call, the mechanical click of a camera, and the emergence of a new photograph hinted at a malevolent presence still at large. The investigation into the house's dark past continued, with the elusive figure of Samuel Whitfield remaining an enigma. The once grand house now stood abandoned, its walls holding the secrets of those who had vanished within its confines. The legacy of Samuel Whitfield loomed large, with some believing he had met his end long ago, while others feared his continued existence in the shadows. As new families move into new homes, the specter of a watcher in the darkness persists, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. And those who seek the truth may find themselves ensnared in a web of darkness, watched by unseen eyes. Story 21. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded hues, capturing a birthday celebration from long ago. Faces frozen in smiles, candles dancing with flickering light, seemingly ordinary snapshots of joy. Yet as the daughter sifted through the box of forgotten memories, she noticed something unsettling. A figure lingered in the background of each photo, a man shrouded in shadows, standing just beyond the radiant glow of the candles. He was not a familiar face, not a part of the cherished family gatherings, and yet, with each passing photo, he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while sorting through her mother's attic after the funeral. A simple cardboard box labeled Memories revealed a treasure trove of moments frozen in time, a glimpse into her childhood. What should have been a comforting discovery soon turned into the unraveling of a chilling mystery. In the initial photograph, the man was barely discernible, a mere silhouette on the fringes of her 7th birthday party. A mysterious presence near the glass door, lurking in the shadows, watching. In the subsequent photo, he had crept closer, now inside the room, and by the 3rd snapshot, he stood ominously behind her uncle, unnoticed by all captured in the frame. Trembling, Sarah reached out to her father, voice quivering as she questioned the identity of the enigmatic figure haunting the family photos. His response was a sharp silence followed by a hesitant breath, denying any knowledge of the stranger. Desperate for answers, she sent digital copies of the eerie Polaroids to her father, only to receive a call back filled with shaken disbelief. Detective Marcus Reed listened intently as Sarah laid out the chilling evidence on his desk, rain tapping gently against the window panes, casting shadows that danced across the room. His experienced gaze moved methodically over each photo, a sense of intrigue flickering in his eyes. "And no one recognized this man?" he inquired, his voice neutral yet intrigued by the mystery unfolding before him. Sarah confirmed that no one could place the mysterious figure, urging the detective to observe the progression of his movements through the photographs. As the images were arranged in sequence, a sense of unease settled over the room. The man seemed to purposefully navigate through the party, inching closer to the unsuspecting children. In the final photo, he loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a ghostly hand reaching out just beyond the frame. Reed pondered aloud, suggesting that perhaps the man was the photographer, a theory tinged with doubt. However, Sarah revealed that her mother had been behind the camera, setting the timer and stepping into the shot. The detective, now intrigued, made copies of the photos and initiated a formal investigation. Days passed and Reed meticulously reached out to every surviving guest from the party, but no one could recall the mysterious man. No hired servers, no visiting neighbors, just a secluded countryside rental chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition software proved futile, as the figure remained strategically obscured, as if aware of the camera's gaze. Yet there was a deliberate intent in his posture, a calculated presence that sent shivers down the detective's spine. The investigation seemed at a standstill until Sarah uncovered more unsettling photos from different family gatherings, spanning across various years. The mysterious figure persisted, a silent specter haunting the peripheries of joyous occasions. With the help of a computer specialist, hidden details began to emerge from the aged photographs. A scar, a ring, a faint reflection unveiling features long shrouded in darkness. A breakthrough came when dental records matched the enhanced image to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker who had vanished after being linked to unsolved child abductions in the region. Cases that had long gone cold, coinciding with the dates of the documented gatherings. Keller, who had access to multiple rental properties, had left behind a trail of hidden horrors. Authorities excavated the grounds of Keller's former residence, unearthing poignant relics buried beneath the concrete. A hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, all belonging to missing children whose fates had remained a mystery for decades. Among the recovered items was Sarah's own bracelet, thought lost in the mists of childhood. Alone in her apartment, surrounded by the haunting photos, Sarah received a call from the detective confirming the identification of remains near one of the vacation properties. DNA had matched one of the long-lost children. As she gazed at the final birthday photo, the warmth of the candlelight juxtaposed with the chilling truth it held within. The figure, once hidden in the shadows, now stood exposed, a sinister presence that had lurked unseen in moments of jubilation. The revelation connected threads of unresolved cases spanning decades, offering closure to grieving families, but at a harrowing cost. The shadow in the family photos had emerged from obscurity, his malevolent presence finally acknowledged after years of obscurity. Sarah carefully returned the photos to their box, each frame now a piece of evidence, a testament to the unseen dangers that drift through celebrations, leaving only a faint imprint in the sands of time. Story 22. She yearned to refresh the nursery ahead of the baby's arrival. The walls bore a worn-out shade of blue, a hue that harbored untold tales within its depths. As she applied the first stroke of white paint, a hidden secret emerged, faint letters, barely discernible at first, then gradually sharpening into clarity. A message etched beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you," her breath hitched. Stepping back, her gaze caught sight of them tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, positioned too high on the wall for any child to reach. This revelation within the nursery of the Morgan household signaled the inception of what investigators would later dub the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style abode just months prior for a seemingly unbelievable bargain. The real estate agent had mentioned only minor cosmetic issues, omitting any reference to the property's shadowy past. Detective Sarah Klein rang the doorbell, clutching her notebook. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath splattered overalls. Weariness tinged her eyes with dark circles sleep had eluded her for days. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted the discovery of the message and handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman recounted. Neighbors claimed they departed in the dead of night. No moving truck, just essentials hastily packed into their car. The detective ventured through the historic dwelling, her footsteps echoing against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall. The message still lingered where the paint job had been abruptly abandoned. Adjacent to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, situated at an adult's shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into records concerning the property. The house had changed proprietors 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Each family had resided for less than 2 years. More unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of those families. Children reported hearing whispers from the walls and feeling watched while they slept. The detective delved deeper, delving into construction blueprints and historical records. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a prosperous widow without children who had operated a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. News articles referenced 5 children who had vanished from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had simply fled, a common occurrence for orphans in that era. When Alina passed away, renovation workers unearthed a concealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Inside, they discovered children's belongings, tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no remains. The case turned cold, relegated to dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former inhabitants, piecing together a disconcerting pattern. Each family with children recounted eerie incidents, toys rearranged overnight, childish laughter reverberating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on walls. Most dismissed these occurrences as figments of imagination until the writing materialized. The message slightly varied among accounts: don't let them find you, don't make a sound, don't let it hear you. The same handwriting always surfaced during nursery repainting. A forensic linguist scrutinized photographs of the writing and concluded it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement over decades, despite different children inhabiting the home. The investigation took a grim turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to permit ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings: 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each roughly child-sized. Workers breached the concrete, uncovering a chilling confirmation: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had met their demise during Alina's tenure at the house. Each child still bore a small pendant with their name, engraved the 5 orphans who had supposedly absconded. The detective sanctioned the spraying of luminol throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall, buried under layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Countless handprints at varying elevations, as if the children had endeavored to escape. Alina's journals, unearthed from county archives, unveiled her twisted beliefs. She held the conviction that orphaned children possessed unique spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she aimed to harness their life force to elongate her own years. The children had etched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would unearth their fate. The case concluded with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally acknowledged not as runaways but as victims of murder. The house remained vacant thereafter, the expectant couple refusing to re-enter even to retrieve their possessions. Detective Klein penned her final report, incorporating images of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message beneath the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the initial victims, an inexplicable presence lingered in that house, something that persisted in reaching out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, yet workers reported hearing children's whispers emanating from the debris. Each worker declined to return after their shift concluded. The house met condemnation eventually, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, a tangible closure, yet spiritual queries destined to remain unanswered. The detective retained a singular photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that certain crimes leave imprints that no amount of fresh paint can mask. Story 23. The motel stood as a relic of forgotten times, its worn facade a testament to fleeting stays and transient souls. A weary traveler seeking respite for a solitary night encountered the enigmatic clerk who bestowed upon her a key with a cryptic warning. "Just don't take the last door on the left." His words lingered in the air like a whispered secret. Intrigue danced in her mind as she navigated the dim corridors that night, her footsteps echoing softly against the faded wallpaper. Pausing before the fateful door, she felt a chill seep through the metal handle, a prelude to the mysteries that awaited within. Though outwardly identical to its companions, the door harbored a hidden heartbeat, a breath that whispered from the other side. In a different realm, Detective Morgan Reed awoke to a world steeped in shadows, her weary eyes adjusting to the harsh reality of crime scenes and unsolved riddles. Beneath the yellow tape that barred entry into the room of horrors, a symphony of scents assaulted her senses, metallic tang of blood intertwined with the acrid notes of fear. Amidst the stark contrast of pristine surfaces and the crimson stain that tainted the carpet, a young woman lay motionless, her gaze fixed upon unseen realms beyond. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos of investigation. The forensic technician's detached voice provided a grim backdrop to the macabre scene, each photograph capturing a fragment of the tragedy that befell the nameless victim. Patterns emerged, echoes of past tragedies haunting the present, a signature that linked the fallen to those who had gone before. As the investigation unfolded, Reed delved deeper into the shadows that veiled the truth, each clue leading her closer to the heart of darkness. The victim, Elaine Werner, a beacon of normalcy in a sea of secrets, held within her past the key to unraveling the enigma that gripped the community in fear. Whispers of a predator on the prowl, a phantom who stalked the night in search of unsuspecting prey, fueled the urgency of Reed's quest for justice. A chance revelation from Werner's sister unveiled a hidden chapter in the victim's life, a clandestine affair shrouded in shadows and half-truths. The elusive figure known only as C emerged from the shadows of suspicion, casting a pall over the pristine façade of corporate respectability. Charles Emerson, a man of influence and deceit, wove a web of lies that crumbled beneath the weight of Reed's relentless pursuit of truth. The courtroom became a stage for the reckoning of souls, a theater of justice where the mask of civility slipped to reveal the darkness that lurked within. Emerson's stoic façade cracked under the weight of evidence, his hollow denials shattered by the damning truth that emerged from the shadows of his deceit. Behind cold eyes lay a void where empathy should have resided, a chilling reminder of the depths to which human nature could descend. The door on the left case became a cautionary tale, a parable of the dangers that lurked behind closed doors and whispered secrets. Reed carried the weight of the unsolved mysteries in her heart, haunted by the specter of unopened doors and the secrets they guarded. In the silence of the evidence locker, 3 keys stood as silent witnesses to the tragedies that unfolded, each a portal to a past that could never be erased. As the world slumbered in the embrace of night, Reed walked unseen corridors, counting doors that led to unknown realms of shadow and light. The echoes of the past whispered in her ear, a reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again. And so, the mysteries of the door on the left case lingered in the shadows, a testament to the enigmatic dance of light and darkness that played out behind closed doors. Story 24. The gentle current whispered secrets as it flowed that tranquil morning, the water reflecting the sky like a mirror. The fisherman's boat drifted lazily, almost lulled to sleep by the glassy, still surface. It was then that a peculiar sight caught his eye, a suitcase bobbing near the shore as if carried by unseen hands. At first he mistook it for a pile of discarded clothes, but as he drew closer, a pungent odor wafted towards him, thick and suffocating. The case was bound in chains, its edges tinged with rust from exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not by garments, but by a haunting sight, hair tangled, fingers frozen in a desperate grip. And at the bottom, a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her steps measured, her gaze steady despite the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, lay still, her dark hair now damp and lusterless, her once pale skin now marked by the touch of the water. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail before the body was respectfully taken away. But what struck Mercer most was not the manner of disposal, but the eerie care taken with the victim's appearance: manicured nails, hair styled with precision, clad in garments of luxury. She was not just discarded here, Mercer remarked, her voice soft against the lapping of the water against the shore. She was arranged, presented. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for her expertise in selling exquisite properties. Divorced, childless, she lived a life of solitude in an affluent neighborhood. Colleagues painted a picture of a determined, meticulous woman who guarded her privacy fiercely. Her disappearance had been reported by her assistant, who spoke of her unwavering dedication to a crucial showing with affluent clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted, her voice carrying a note of disbelief. That sale was everything to her. As investigators delved into Walsh's world, they found a home that gleamed with perfection: designer furniture arranged flawlessly, surfaces free of any speck of dust. Every detail meticulously tended to, except for a single anomaly: a slightly ajar drawer in her home office. Within it lay a leather-bound journal, its final entry cryptic: "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." A digital voyage through Walsh's emails unveiled a chilling pattern: dozens of messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same unsettling phrase: "I see your perfection," sent at precise moments across various days. Her online searches hinted at a growing unease, a quest for security in the face of an unseen threat. Mercer pieced together the puzzle, drawing a connection between the meticulous care taken with Walsh's body and the haunting messages she had received. "Our killer is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This is no crime of passion. This is a ritual." A break in the case came from an unexpected source: a local pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it, Michael Linden, emerged as a shadowy figure, a maintenance worker with an unassuming presence. Surveillance footage unveiled his frequent visits to Walsh's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, sometimes without, always during her absences. A search of Linden's modest abode uncovered a chilling tableau: walls adorned with secret snapshots of Walsh and other women, each bearing a striking resemblance, each unaware of the lens that had captured them. Some photos were marred with red marks, a macabre tally of his twisted obsessions. Walsh was but one piece in his sinister collection. Beneath a false panel in his closet lay a shrine to his victims. Trinkets and mementos, meticulously arranged strands of hair, stained tissues, keys, a chilling catalog of lives observed and dissected. Linden's demeanor remained eerily composed as the evidence mounted against him. "They were flawed," he finally confessed, his voice devoid of emotion. "They paraded perfection, but I saw their deceit. Catherine's desk drawer was chaos, her lipstick never perfect, her perfection was a facade." The search for the other women mentioned in his note led investigators to remote locations, where 2 more suitcases were unearthed. Each contained a woman akin to Walsh, real estate agents who projected an image of flawless precision in their work. During Linden's trial, a silence enveloped the courtroom as the prosecution detailed his meticulous methods of stalking, observing, and ultimately correcting what he perceived as imperfections in his victims. Families of the deceased watched with haunted eyes as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole. For Detective Mercer, the case closed officially, yet questions lingered like shadows in the night. What twisted the mind of Lyndon, driving him to fixate on these particular women? What inner flaw was he seeking to expunge through his chilling acts? The river continued its tranquil journey, carrying away all traces of the horror that had unfolded upon its banks. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay copies of those chilling journals, a reminder that beneath the veneer of normalcy, darkness lurked, waiting for a moment to reveal itself. And in the quietest corners of everyday life, the most perilous predators may hide in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to expose the truth that lies beneath the surface. Story 25. It came in the mail, a mystery wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A solitary brass key, weathered by time's touch. The homeowner, Sarah, couldn't place it, yet a sense of familiarity lingered in its presence. Testing it in every lock she owned yielded no results. The key didn't belong to her. But when she set it gently on the coffee table, the silent grandfather clock in the hallway stirred with a lone, echoing chime despite its years of stillness. Sarah, unsettled, reported the curious incident to the authorities, setting off a chain of events that would shroud the quiet suburban neighborhood in a cloak of unease. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns as a simple mistake, a key in the mail, nothing more. However, Sarah's intuition whispered of something amiss, a feeling that refused to fade. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, placing it in a small bag, unknowingly marking the beginning of a harrowing investigation. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for sensing the depths hidden beneath seemingly ordinary beginnings. The brass key sat innocently on his desk, yet its presence cast a shadow of disquiet. Sarah, a retired teacher with no criminal record, appeared to be an unsuspecting recipient of a sinister puzzle piece. Forensic analysis revealed only Sarah's fingerprints on the key. The envelope divulged no secrets, bearing a generic postmark. The key, a standard Schlage, bore the marks of time and wear, hinting at a past shrouded in shadows. A breakthrough arose when Detective Harmon delved into the key's unique pattern, unearthing a chilling connection to a cold case from years past, a storage unit harboring dark secrets and unanswered questions. The original investigation had faltered, lacking the evidence needed to unmask the perpetrator. Dusting off the old case files revealed a grim history of violence and mystery. The search for answers led to a man named Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor of Sarah's with a murky past and an unsettling absence in the present. As the investigation deepened, a sinister web began to unravel. Jenkins, a ghost in the digital age, had left behind a trail of intentional erasure, a deliberate effort to evade detection. The true horror unfurled as investigators uncovered a hidden room beneath a cabin, a chamber of horrors containing a chilling collection of brass keys, each bearing a name and a date, a grim inventory of lives unknowingly intertwined with tragedy. The manhunt for Jenkins escalated, the community gripped by fear as the darkness lurking within their midst came to light. A wildlife photographer's chance encounter provided a lead, propelling authorities into a race against time to capture the elusive predator. In a final, desperate act, Jenkins retreated to an abandoned tower, sealing his fate in a tragic standoff. His journal, a testament to depravity, bore a chilling message for Sarah, a haunting reminder of the darkness that had brushed against her life. The aftermath unveiled a tapestry of horror: 32 lives cut short, families shattered by loss, and a community forever scarred by the revelation of evil in their midst. Sarah, unable to return to her home, bore the burden of a truth too terrible to comprehend. The grandfather clock, once a harbinger of ominous chimes, now stood as a symbol of violated sanctity, a silent witness to the depths of human darkness. In the quiet of the evidence locker, the brass keys lay dormant, each a silent testament to the lives lost, and the truths uncovered, a reminder that sometimes the most chilling mysteries lie hidden behind the facade of normalcy. Story 26. She stood before the misty mirror, gazing at her reflection. Everything seemed normal at first glance, her features in place, her attire unchanged. Yet a growing sense of unease crept over her as she continued to peer into the looking glass. A flicker caught in the corner of her eye, a subtle movement that did not belong to her. When she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, watching. The enigma surrounding Rebecca Thorne began with that eerie moment in her bathroom. What unfolded next would baffle investigators and cast a shadow over the community for years to come. Living alone in a modest apartment nestled within a serene suburban enclave, Rebecca was known to her acquaintances as meticulous, introverted, a woman who preferred solitude yet maintained a polite rapport with her neighbors. Her occupation as a data analyst for a mid-sized firm shaped her life with a rhythm of routine and exactitude. There was nothing about her demeanor that hinted she would become the focal point of one of the most intricate criminal puzzles of the era. Initially, the disturbances appeared trivial. Objects in Rebecca's living space seemed subtly rearranged, nothing missing, just subtly shifted. A coffee mug relocated to a different shelf, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of its usual place by the sink. She brushed off these peculiarities as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to long hours spent poring over spreadsheets under harsh fluorescent lights, straining her eyes until the lines blurred. Detective Marion Shaw received the initial report when Rebecca, after enduring weeks of these disruptions, finally reached out to the authorities. Upon the preliminary evaluation, no tangible evidence of a crime, perhaps a matter for mental health services rather than law enforcement. Shaw duly noted the complaint but stowed it away among the stack of lower priority cases. There was nothing concrete, Shaw would later recount. No signs of forced entry, no missing belongings, just a woman grappling with a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with the police, Rebecca recounted the occurrence in vivid detail, how her reflection appeared to move independently, how she felt under surveillance even in solitude. This time she presented proof. Footage from a security camera she had personally installed, aimed at her front entrance. The recording unveiled a revelation that sent a shiver down even the most seasoned officers' spines. The grainy video captured Rebecca departing for work in the morning, only to reveal, 20 minutes later, a figure bearing an exact resemblance to Rebecca entering the apartment with a key. Forensic analysts scrutinized the footage for any signs of tampering or digital manipulation, finding none. The individual entering the premises moved and dressed identically to Rebecca, even carrying the same distinctive leather bag she owned. However, according to the time-stamped footage from her workplace security system, Rebecca had already scanned into her office building across town. "We are faced with a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superior. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation escalated. Fingerprints found within the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's. No foreign DNA was unearthed. Neighbors attested to seeing nothing out of the ordinary, only Rebecca going about her usual routine. One neighbor, Mrs. Keller, mentioned a peculiar encounter when she greeted Rebecca upon her return home one evening, receiving no response. a departure from the usual but not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the series of disturbances. Minor alterations within her living quarters began to compound. Food she did not recall consuming vanished from her fridge. Her computer revealed searches she had not initiated. Most unsettling were the photographs discovered on her phone, self-portraits resembling her but taken without her recollection. In some images, her expression appeared subtly awry, the smile too wide or the eyes overly intense. "I feel as though I am losing my sanity," she confided in Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating this to make me believe so." The breakthrough dawned when investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only infiltrated when Rebecca departed for specific engagements, therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday morning grocery trips, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone possesses an intricate knowledge of your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This is not haphazard. This is a targeted campaign of observation and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated that they were confronting a case of fixation, someone consumed by the aspiration to embody Rebecca, to live her life, and conceivably supplant her entirely. Such occurrences were rare yet documented within psychological archives. The perpetrator typically experienced a mental breakdown and fixated on an individual embodying attributes they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus of the investigation narrowed following Rebecca's mention of a former colleague, Lily Winters, who had been terminated due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had collaborated closely with Rebecca, often remarking on the resemblances between them. Subsequent to her dismissal, she had dispatched a sequence of disconcerting emails to Rebecca. "We could be identical," one message read. "At times, I feel more like you than you do." Detective Shaw secured a search warrant for Lily's residence. The discoveries within transformed the case from unsettling to harrowing. Within a chamber of Lily's abode, a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom had been fashioned. The walls were adorned with photographs, countless images of Rebecca entering her apartment, shopping, socializing with friends, all captured without her awareness. A closet housed precise replicas of Rebecca's wardrobe. Cosmetics that mirrored Rebecca's preferred brands rested on a vanity, beside detailed notes regarding her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily rituals. Most incriminating were the practice videos. Lily had recorded herself emulating Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident: initial endeavors awkward and conspicuous, later attempts nearly indistinguishable from the genuine Rebecca. "She aspired to become me," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "She was not merely imitating me, she was erasing me." Forensic technicians uncovered sophisticated apparatus for fabricating key duplicates and replicating electronic access cards. Lily had upheld an intricate system for monitoring Rebecca's movements, including a calendar outlining precise projections of her agenda. The investigators grappled with ascertaining Lily's ultimate objective. Journals retrieved from her abode contained rambling entries that vacillated between first and third person, sometimes denoting Rebecca as me and her within the same passage. The last entry sent a chill through the team. "Soon, only one of us will prevail. The stronger version shall endure." Upon the authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished. Her residence bore signs of abrupt departure, drawers left ajar, some technology missing. A nationwide alert was disseminated. Rebecca was escorted into protective custody, relocated to a secure refuge under continuous surveillance. For 3 weeks, the authorities monitored every locale linked to her former life. Lily never materialized. The case assumed its final disconcerting twist when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had been sighted entering the edifice despite being on leave. Surveillance footage validated the claim a figure identical to Rebecca had accessed the building using a valid ID card, proceeded to her former workstation, and spent 40 minutes sifting through her files before departing. Meanwhile, Rebecca, safeguarded in a secure sanctuary, could not have been present at the office. The implications crystallized. Lily had not absconded, she had made her move. Now she inhabited Rebecca's existence, stepping into her life while the authentic Rebecca remained concealed. The case remains officially unresolved. Lily Winters evaded capture. Rebecca Thorne never returned to her previous life, opting to forge a new identity in an undisclosed location. Detective Shaw preserves a photograph on her desk, two women strikingly similar in appearance. One is Rebecca Thorne. The other is Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinizes their countenances, seeking the disparities, the subtle cues that would set them apart. The truly chilling aspect Shaw imparts to new recruits within the force is not that someone might resemble you or sound like you. It is that they harbor an ardent desire to embody you to such an extent that they efface themselves in the process. Identity transcends mere presentation to the world. It is what we safeguard most vigilantly. And occasionally, we only recognize its worth when someone endeavors to seize it. Story 27. In a quiet town nestled among the trees, there was a house at the edge of the woods that nobody spoke of. It loomed alone, its windows shrouded in darkness, its porch weary with the weight of time. No one laid claim to it, and the origins of its construction faded into whispers of forgotten memory. Yet when a group of wanderers strayed too close, they stumbled upon a chilling sight, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep as if to serve as ominous markers. And at the very end of this eerie list, fresh and untouched by the weather, was a name that none of them recognized. Until, with a quivering voice, one of them murmured, "That name belongs to me." As the night draped its shadows over the town, a call came through to dispatch, catalogued as a routine report of trespassing. The one who spoke was Mason Wright, the lead explorer who had uncovered his own name etched into the abandoned house. The officers who responded expected no more than a case of youthful mischief, perhaps a prank played amongst friends. However, what they encountered defied all logical explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as the darkness deepened in the forest. Her flashlight pierced through the gloom, revealing the weathered face of the structure. 27 names, etched vertically along the eastern wall, greeted their bewildered gazes. Some names had blurred with time, almost fading into the aged wood, while others remained sharp as though freshly carved. And at the base of the list, Mason Wright stood out, the cut still fragrant with the scent of newly hewn wood. "I've never set foot here before," Mason protested, his breath forming mist in the chilly air. "I cannot comprehend how anyone could know my name." The investigation commenced with thorough background checks on each name inscribed on the wall. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the past 40 years, their fates shrouded in mystery. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained open, all sharing a haunting similarity: the vanished souls had been hiking alone when they disappeared. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the depths, techniques, and weathering of the inscriptions. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, tied back to a missing persons case from 37 years ago, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot near a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved deeply into Mason's recounting of events. His narrative remained unwavering. He bore no connections to the area beyond this particular excursion with 4 college comrades. They had selected the trail at random, guided by an online suggestion. nothing in Mason's background intertwined with the stories of the other names etched on the wall. The focus of the investigation shifted towards Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group's photographer, provided snapshots taken during their hike. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts unearthed a disconcerting anomaly, a blurred figure lurking in the background of 3 separate photographs. The silhouette resembled a tall, slender man, perpetually concealed by the embrace of the trees. "We encountered no one else on our journey," Emily maintained. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller mandated a thorough search of the house's interior. Though the edifice seemed forsaken, cloaked in dust with broken furnishings strewn about, a harrowing revelation awaited in the basement. Personal effects belonging to the vanished hikers were meticulously arranged on wooden shelves. Watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a name corresponding to those on the exterior wall. The evidence technicians methodically cataloged every piece, unearthing bloodstains on the concrete floor beneath ultraviolet light stains that had endured years of attempted erasure. Despite the absence of bodies buried beneath the house, the keen noses of cadaver dogs repeatedly signaled towards the densely wooded area at the back of the property. As the intensity of the investigation heightened, Detective Keller observed a peculiar shift in Mason Wright's demeanor. He reported inexplicable phenomena, whispers echoing outside his dwelling, footprints tracing a path in fresh snow leading to his entryway but never away, and spectral figures observing from the dimly lit streets. A police officer was assigned to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia spiraled unchecked. A breakthrough emerged when archivists unearthed land records concealed within county archives. The house had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Locals seldom glimpsed him, recounting brief encounters with an unnaturally tall, emaciated man who shunned conversation. Blackwood vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance left uninvestigated. Detective Keller secured a warrant to delve deeper into the encompassing forest. The search party stumbled upon a network of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically positioned along frequented hiking trails. Within one of these blinds, they unearthed a journal brimming with meticulous observations, exposés on hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script mirrored samples from Victor Blackwood's scant documents. The journal entries evolved from early accounts of hunting wildlife to chilling narratives of humans as prey, elucidating their behaviors, weaknesses, and the methodology of their collection. The final pages painted vivid portraits of stalking each victim listed on the wall, delineating the intricate process of target selection. A manhunt for Blackwood was launched across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest canopy, while tactical units meticulously combed caves and ravines. Yet the elusive suspect remained a phantom. Mason Wright ceased all communication. Upon reaching his apartment, officers discovered the threshold unlocked, the chambers barren, and upon the bedroom wall, freshly carved, a solitary sentence loomed: "The hunter becomes the hunted." For weeks, the search for Mason yielded no results. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's residence, forensic specialists stumbled upon a chilling secret. Concealed behind a false wall in the basement lay a small workshop, housing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden plaque bearing a new name, a name as yet unmounted on the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had surveyed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and remained unreachable by phone. Authorities established an unyielding surveillance perimeter around the house. Cameras scrutinized every approach, while motion sensors stood vigilant against intrusion. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors blared an alert. Surveillance footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and gaunt, moving with an eerie grace. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras momentarily lost signal. Upon restoration, the figure had vanished without a trace. To this day, the house remains under ceaseless surveillance. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never located. The investigation presses on, with additional resources allocated as akin disappearances unfurl in other wooded domains. The names etched on the wall have transcended into legend among law enforcement circles. Some officers shun speaking them aloud, while others steer clear of the case entirely. Local hikers skirt around the house, fearful that mere mention of it might result in their names joining that dreadful list, the names unspeakable.